ways, including through the production of artistic works. But creativity is about so much more. The world is experiencing many challenges. We need young people to have the imagination and inventive thinking to address these challenges. So, what exactly makes someone creative? What skills do most creative people have in common? Creative thinkers develop their personal taste. They know what they like and how to listen to their inner voice. Meet Mr. Ngwepe. He is the principal of a rural primary school in Limpopo. Mr. Ngwepe uses imagination and inventive thinking to address the challenges facing his school community. When Mr. Ngwepe became principal, the school was in a bad state. Other people told him to report the problems to the department and to wait for them to solve the problems. But Mr. Ngwepe knew what he liked and what he wanted to see happen at his school.
I want the kids to learn in a great environment. I want to offer this community the very best, and I want my solutions to be sustainable.
Creative thinkers don't just settle on the first idea they come across. They research existing solutions, and they experiment and generate many ideas. They know that the more ideas they come up with, the greater their chances of success. When Mr. Ngwepe had to find a solution to the seasonal shortage of water at his school, he conducted research by reading many articles and by watching many videos online. He spoke to leaders of other institutions, and he visited a few schools, clinics, and businesses to see their solutions. He then interviewed the elders in the village to find out how they used to source water in the past. Finally, Mr. Ngwepe put all of this together with his own ideas and came up with a plan for the school. Creativity is the ability to move beyond traditional ways of thinking to come up with brand new ideas. So, creative thinkers need to feel comfortable trying new things, taking risks, and pushing boundaries. Mr. Ngwepe knew that he had to push boundaries to get the school community to use the internet. He knew that in order to succeed in the modern world, his learners would have to be comfortable with internet technology. He faced many challenges around this, including a lack of support from the community, who felt nervous about such a big change. Mr. Ngwepe put together an imaginative and inventive plan to connect to the internet. First, he started small. He set up a Wi-Fi hub for the teachers. Next, he set up an outside Wi-Fi hub for the school community. This hub had strict rules and access control to prevent abuse of the internet. At first, Mr. Ngwepe fundraised and used some of the school's budget to pay for the internet. This meant that only a limited number of people could use the internet at a time. Next, Mr. Ngwepe ran many workshops for learners, parents, and staff to show them how the internet could be used to improve their lives. Soon, many people in the community wanted to use the Wi-Fi for many different purposes. Mr. Ngwepe publicized every achievement on social media, and before long, he was using this success to fundraise. Creative thinkers recognize what cannot change, and they figure out how to work around this. Mr. Ngwepe knew that poverty would always be an issue for his community, and that it would hold some learners back from success. He knew that even with the school
Good morning. Can we have our seats? We're about to start. I am going to start by apologizing on behalf of DJ Mweli, who unfortunately, due to a family funeral, can't be with us today. We also have apologies that were tabled yesterday by DJ Mweli on behalf of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. We're still hopeful that either one of them will join us for the closing session. So this morning, the chairperson of the entire day will be the HOD of the Northern Cape. And so I hand you over to HOD Mare. HOD?
Thank you, Dr. Whittle. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Okay, that's better. Colleagues, it is the last day of this Lekgotla, and I do think there's quite a bit of pressure on us to get things done speedily and on time. So for the colleagues who are still joining us, coming in, we ask that they join us in a manner that is just orderly so that we can start. I do think there's sufficient people in the hall. And I want to begin to acknowledge the people who are here and prompt already by just quoting from Margaret Mead, for those of you who know her. She said that never should we doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So I want to believe that the people that are in this room are part of that small group of thoughtful and committed citizens in the interest of education in this province and in this country. And the same author further said children must be taught how to think and not what to think. And it sort of foregrounds some of the things that we have been discussing here. I just want to check if Professor Sello Mokoena is already in the hall. Prof, if you could join me on the stage, please. In the meantime, delegates, there's a group of people whom I would like to acknowledge. We see them and then we don't see them because they are in the background. But for me, it was quite significant to see all of our, most of them young people, who are here with us, and they are doing the interpretation for our non-hearing population. And these young people have been sitting here with us doing the South African Sign Language interpretations of everything that has been said here. And I think some of us who have all of our five senses, we have no idea what it means not to be able to hear. And so we are dependent on these young people, and I managed to speak to one of them, just asking a little bit about what they are doing, who they are. And a number of them, I'm not sure if all of them have been trained at Wits University. And they've been here with us, and they've been interpreting and signing, and I saw that they even were helping each other. And then I also saw, yesterday, there were quite a few of them here, and I'm actually sorry that not all of them are here, because I would like us to just acknowledge them. All of our sign language interpreters who are in the room, can you quickly just stand up for us? I think we really have to acknowledge them. We have learners in our system who are also dependent on them. And this is, for me, a very potent example of actually putting our special learner needs in action. And I really want to commend the office for arranging that. We're then going to immediately go into our program for the day. And I want to introduce to you Professor Sello Mokoena. He is a professor at the University of South Africa, UNISA, in the Department of Education, Leadership and Management. His responsibilities at UNISA include, amongst others, the supervision of master's and doctoral students' research projects, teaching, identifying, and leading community engagement projects, doing research, providing academic leadership, mentoring young emerging scholars and researchers, etc. He has so far published over 20 peer-reviewed journal articles, 5 peer-reviewed conference proceedings, and contributed book chapters. So we would like to welcome our facilitator for this session, which is the ICT panel discussion. and the sub-theme leveraging digital transformation to equip learners with skills for a changing world. And I want to ask Prof. just to help us to manage the program, to be very strict with the people who are going to speak, because I think on a Saturday, as much as we are very, very committed, we would really love to be able to finish on time and, if possible, ahead of time. Prof, can we put our hands together for Professor Mokoena?
Morning, colleagues. Good morning. So I'm not going to waste time. So I've been introduced. So we have 4 speakers for this particular session. And so the first speaker, of course, yes, so each speaker is allocated 15 minutes. So the first speaker is Prof. Roberts, and I'll quickly read to you his bio. Prof. Roberts, Nick Roberts, is the director of Lekgotla Consulting, a research and a design company established in 2000 that works with public and private investors in education and training. Lekgotla brings together teams of researchers to tackle tough education problems, assess impact on learning, and improve of intervention designs. Lekgotla is currently engaged with the Gauteng Department of Education on the evaluation of the language and mathematics improvement program R with DBE review of mathematics, LTSM, and assessment with developing and administering mathematics and language tests for teacher knowledge and design, trialing and improving mathematics for primary teachers courses in Bachelor of Education programs across 6 universities. Next, an academic nomad with degree from University of Cape Town, University of Western Cape, University of KwaZulu-Natal, Cambridge, Wits, University of Johannesburg. She has worked at Wits, University of Johannesburg, and University of Fort Hare. Her academic focus is on mathematics, language and technology, enhanced learning. She cut her teeth in educational technology with education masters from University of KwaZulu-Natal in new media. That was in 1998 when the new media meant CD-ROMs in the internet. Nick's experience extends beyond South Africa, where her teams have developed a reputation in Southern Africa and in the low to middle income country context more rapidly. She has published widely with over 50 academic publications, more than 100 technical reports, 2 edited books. Her latest book with Oxford University is co-edited with Prof. Hamza van Vet. It is titled Early Grade Mathematics in South Africa. So let me welcome Prof. Roberts to the podium. Prof, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to present, and I'm hoping my PowerPoint will come up soon. And I know that I need to first give a caveat to my bio. My colleague Bonnie reminded me that not many people who've been speaking have classroom experience. So I do want to assure the audience that I have been in the classroom, that I have done a PhD with regard to foundation phase learning, and that I am holding the rural child in mind in relation to discussing how digital skills might one day reach them. So I'm talking about 21st century skills in a developmental state. And I want to open fairly provocatively by saying 21st century skills are really last century. We're kind of quite late in thinking about 21st century skills as something worth discussing 25 years after their introduction. And I want us to think about that because I think we've had a lot of hope around the ways in which technology that we can somehow kind of leapfrog. But having been involved in this for quite a long time, I must say I'm becoming increasingly cynical and concerned about the way in which we're working. So I know over the last couple of days you will have had a lot of discussion about what are the 21st century skills. I know they started off around 4 C's. And I think they're very much things that weren't invented for the 21st century, but were central to all skills development across all time. I'm going to be talking about what I think are the success factors for 21st century skills in a developmental state. And I know that one of the few things we know about education, we don't have many things in our field that all of us agree on. But one of them is that we can't remember more than 7 things at a time. Another thing is that we need to be able to connect ideas with our experiences. And so I'm not going to give you more than 7 points. I've got 3 success factors and 3 challenges. Firstly, a success factor in leveraging educational technology for our rural children is clarity of purpose. And I've put up the DBE theory of change, but I want to point out that that's quite a new addition. The singularity of what is it that we really, really need, what are our big priorities, can't be missed. And I don't think it's incidental that the first outcome of this Lekgotla is foundational skills. Because without that, foundational learning, the ability to read, the ability to do mathematics with meaning is central to anything else. And until we can get that right, there's not much point. I think the second success factor is not just statement of principle, but enactment of principle. We can't do digital technology, we can't leverage digital skills under load shedding. We can't leverage digital skills if we have toilets that are dangerous. We can't leverage digital skills unless we're dealing with the widening inequality in our country. And so I think we've been really good as South Africans at articulating our problems, making clear what our principles are, but we haven't enacted them. And so my second success factor is it's time to enact. My third success factor is the need for proactive redress. To me, it's something that we have in our pro-poor policies, that we are one of the few countries when I work internationally and explain how the haves are generally pretty happy to be paying for the have-nots, that there are people who are putting solar panels on their roofs and they want to be able to give the electricity back to the grid, and even if that happens for free because it keeps the country moving, they're happy to do that. And I think we have a unique way of recognizing the huge gulf between the rural black child and the rich white urban child. I know the demographics of that are changing, but fundamentally we have to have, and that's why I have it as the third success factor, proactive redress. That means free data. It doesn't mean E-rated data, zero-rated data on particular websites. It means free data in rural areas, so that the urban areas are paying for what the rural areas need. It means radical investments in technologies, not giving laptops to schools that don't have electricity, that then sit in backroom stores and I see them collecting dust, but making sure that our electricity network extends into those rural areas, that there is a stable power supply, and that digital devices can be used in the hands of our rural children. And my fourth success factor is the need for research and innovation. I'm mentioning that in relation to my somewhat flippant comment of 21st century skills are so last century, is that things have really moved. And if I think of what has changed since I was working in 1998, learning about new technology called HTML, and learning to program kind of through that without any what you see is what you get interface. What I see as the biggest shift is around artificial intelligence, machine learning, the way in which we now have a very different relationship to knowledge. And I want to compare that for mathematics people. Of curriculum shifted or had to or was meant to shift fundamentally when calculators happen. I put to you that in November last year, the end of November, the ChatGPT changed the way in which we write. It's the calculator for writing. And it's fundamentally shifted how we will be teaching communication. So I'll give you a little example for those who don't know what ChatGPT is. It's an artificial intelligence chatbot that you can ask anything, and it constructs coherent and conversational dialogical text, which is something that's pretty difficult to do. So I asked them, what are 21st century skills? My first attempt, I just got the 3 C's. I thought, oh no, this is rubbish. I mean, what can this chatbot do? It's so outdated. I asked it again, what are 21st century skills? And it realized, okay, this person's a little more serious, and extended it to the 8 things that you see there, including, importantly, and I think something that South Africa differentiates itself with, cultural competence, the ability to understand, appreciate, and work effectively with people from different cultural backgrounds, and emotional intelligence, and leadership and responsibility. It's constructed it as a way in which I would be delighted if my honors or master's students could produce a paragraph in this format. I asked the language practitioners amongst us, knowing that language is a foundational skill, what does this mean for our education? And are we, like New York State, going to ban it? Are we going to say no chatbot, no ChatGPT in our classrooms, put away those cell phones, don't take them out of your pockets? How are we going to cope with that? I asked it an even more sophisticated problem. I asked it, how can a developmental state support skills through the 21st century skills? And again, it was completely coherent. It's possible for a developmental state to promote the development of 21st century skills. It gives lead sentences. To develop 21st century skills, a developmental state could invest in education and training. Okay, give me a break, like obvious, but the next paragraph starts to get into a little bit more depth. Investing in infrastructure and technology. So if our principle is redress, then our focus of attention has to be the rural school in Mbazana. What is the infrastructure and technology available in terms of access to data, devices, stable internet, stable electricity, and road access for repairs to that rural child? That's the question we're asking. The government can also create the environment that fosters creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I know that those are things you've been discussing. And then we can't have any of these 21st century skills while we're living under state capture and the effects of that. So while it is that we aren't able to catch and spend our own money on our priorities, that rural child in Mbazana, and it's going into Dubai, it's going into people's pockets, it's going into a range of things, it can't happen. So those were 4 things. Remember, I said there are only going to be 7. We can only remember 7. It might be helpful just to sketch down what were the first 3, but I'll also give you a summary at the end. So the challenges, I think, and this is where I want to provoke my DBE colleagues, my provincial department colleagues, district officials, and to imagine the principal, the teacher, the grade R practitioner. How are you encouraging the use of 21st century skills in your work and your organization? When I look at the way in which the program's structured, it's all about how do we make that happen there for the learners in the schools. My contention and my provocation is it can't happen there if it's not happening here. So while the DBE is functioning in a way that makes sure that there's a lack of creativity, a lack of communication, and a lack of collaboration, the things that we know are 21st century skills, we can't get our learners doing that. And my provocation to you, and knowing that I work with you, and it's my intention to try and solve with you this tough problem, is how do we make our organizations, particularly our big institutions, responsive to allow human flourishing, to allow 21st century skills to be built. My second challenge is that we need responsive and proactive policy cycles. Knowing that the DBE is one of the spaces that has had consistency from a tumultuous time in the early part of the century, where we had lots of curriculum change for good reason, to a curriculum that is now stable. But it's a curriculum that is now so stable, we're really nervous of any review. And what I'd like to see from DBE and from our National Development Plan is to know that we have 10 years of review, and to know that every decade we are working towards something. What I'm frustrated by is the tender comes out, you've got 3 months to complete it, get this done, and then it gets put onto a shelf. I think that there isn't a clear intention around that, but I think there are unintended consequences of particular administrations coming in and changing. And I want to commend the current minister for the stability she's provided, but call for decades of curriculum assessment and policy review. And my last point, and I know I'm coming towards the end, Prof, is that your first point, foundations for learning, are fundamental. To me, in South Africa, that means that we recognize mother tongue, and we see this in the Stats SA description of how we speak different languages. What worries me as a mathematician is that none of those circles overlap. So actually, I think our question is, how do we build bilingual citizens who are able to engage with the global language of English as well as mother tongue? We've introduced EFL earlier on, but our LTSMs don't reflect that. We have monolingual LTSMs, in that you have one Zulu book, one Xhosa book, one English book, and you aren't seeing the two in relation to each other. I think that's what we need to be doing as we move forward. So I give you an example from mathematics. This is, you'll notice, language mixing. It's not a final product, but it's what happens when you start to think about how do you teach mathematics when your home language is Xhosa. How do you do that? And if you understand that pinda ka is not the same as groups of. In English, we say 5 groups of 2 is what multiply means, but in Xhosa, it means 5 repeated twice. That's a fundamentally different model of multiplication based on language, and if we're just translating and ignoring our images, we're messing up our rural Xhosa child. So, summary, and I know I'm on 14.5 minutes. We need clarity of purpose, enactment of principles, proactive redress, research and innovation, holding the rural child in mind throughout. We need application of 21st century skills within our institutions and governance. We need responsive and proactive policy cycles. And we can't do any of this unless our children can read and do mathematics. I thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Prof, we're doing well on time. So, 15 minutes on the dot. So, can you give Prof a round of applause again? Okay, so thank you. So you don't have to confuse me with the presenters. So my role is to facilitate the sessions, right? So it should be very clear. So I'm going to call on to the podium. So Prof. Shafiq Isaacs, his resume goes thus. Shafiq Isaacs is a digital learning specialist, community builder, and professional coach who focuses on social justice perspectives on digital learning, the fourth industrial revolution, and skills development. She also serves as an associate professor of practice at the University of Johannesburg. She spearheaded many global, Pan-African, and local digital learning initiatives and has provided technical support on digital learning and all in education to several organizations, including UNESCO, Commonwealth of Learning, DBE2023, and UNICEF. She has published widely on digital learning, including as a co-author of UNESCO's 2022 publication titled Guidelines for ICT in Education Policies and Master Plans. Prof, the podium is yours.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. All protocols are respectfully observed. It really is so wonderful to see all the old faces, and I'm really hoping after 2 very intense days that in addition today we can have quite a robust conversation around issues of remote and digital learning. And I was going to start by telling you that I bought my husband a t-shirt for the December holidays as a present, and the t-shirt says, "I don't need Google, my wife knows everything." And I found that joke on the internet. But the reason why I thought I'd tell you that joke is because it actually talks about what we are debating currently, which is the very tense and contradictory relationship between human knowledge and human learning and machine learning. And that's becoming increasingly complex, and it's becoming one of the biggest challenges that we have to face, not just in our education system, but also in society. And so the DBE has asked me to speak about a process that has been led, if my slides can be shown, a process that has been led by the African Development in Education Association, ADEA, in their attempt to develop a toolkit that can support African governments and their partners in trying to roll out effective remote education programs. And this is in the aftermath of what we've experienced over the past 2 years, where there's been a combination of the debilitating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with and combined with political turmoil, combined with the climate crisis and natural disasters. And so the world has become increasingly VUCA. I believe we've spoken a lot about that, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And so how can governments be supported in responding to an increasingly crisis-prone world? And the COVID experience has taught us so much about the kind of resilience that is needed. And so ADEA has made an attempt to try and draw on the collective experience on the African continent and globally, and try and engage with various stakeholders, and a particular process in South Africa and Botswana, which the South African Department of Basic Education and the NECT has led, to try and come up with some critical insights as to how do we take forward what we've learned in terms of our strategies and our programs and plans that we implemented over the last 2 years. So I'm going to speak very briefly about that context. I'm going to speak very briefly and not go through all the slides on the initial findings of ADIA's attempt to try and establish what they call a benchmarking toolkit, a benchmark on how do we do remote education well under crisis conditions, and what have we learned so far from the experience in South Africa and Botswana, and then to look very critically at the strengths and weaknesses and the opportunities and threats of the proposed toolkit and how that is being positioned. And I'd like to conclude with some recommendations that places the conversation within the global debates that are currently emerging and have been emerging, that has also been catalyzed by things that have not worked well during the COVID crisis. And so I found it very useful that in the panel discussion with Anil and Godwin and Crane Sodine and colleagues who were here, were making the linkages between the theories and the philosophies around learning and curriculum learning, and how then do we address the critical problems of learning, and then how do we practically program. And the devil is in the detail, and the devil is in the programming and the concrete actions that we take that tries to answer the question, how do we do this? And so we can have quite a philosophical conversation around remote education, but we've also had some very concrete experiences over the last 2 years that has taught us many lessons about how to do things differently. And so the problem that we stated very clearly, and I see some of my colleagues in the audience, where we put our heads together in defining what were the problems we are wanting to address during the COVID crisis with a remote learning, remote and digital learning strategy. And we know that we were wanting to particularly address how can we ensure the unequal loss of learning, of curriculum learning, and how we can leverage a wide spectrum of technologies to try and ensure that there's some form of learning continuity that happens remotely. But that we were also confronted with the systemic challenges, the structural, messy, very difficult, very complex challenges of digital inequality, of the fact that there are some very serious capacity constraints in government, in the state, and that the need to bolster the capabilities of the national department, of the provincial department through strong partnerships. And very importantly, right at the outset, what we've certainly done at the DBE and the NECT and the partners in South Africa is confront head-on the fact that there is a dominant technology-centered, technology-first approach to remote education, and that we wanted to very consciously center the engagement around learning, around pedagogy, around the L in remote and digital learning. And so we set very clear objectives. I'm not going to go into the details there. And very importantly, we established large-scale national interventions, mobilizing the whole of society, wide-ranging programs in South Africa and in Botswana, which are the two focus countries that ADIA has asked us to look at. And we can see that many of us here already know about the Woza Matrix program, the Tswelepele intervention in Botswana. They had a very successful phone-based program. In Rwanda, they made very good use of community radio and the national broadcast partnerships with television and radio. And so concretely, that is how the strategies around enabling remote and digital learning as a vehicle for learning continuity and equitable learning continuity was designed. And so it is in that context that ADIA recognized that there have been many challenges that governments have faced to try and implement remote education programs. And so in their attempt to try and establish a benchmarking toolkit, we have certainly advised that it is very important that we also look at what has been done elsewhere, because there's almost also been, and we made reference to this, a toolkit-itis, you know, many guidelines and toolkits and frameworks. And I've just identified a few that emerged during the COVID crisis, but also historically. We've developed and evolved so many guidelines and frameworks and toolkits for a global frameworks, and also on the African continent over the past 2 decades, a number of toolkits for e-learning, for school networking, for capacity building, for teacher development through the use of ICT have been developed by a number of agencies and organizations. And it becomes imperative, therefore, that we draw the lessons from, have those toolkits really worked? Have those so-called benchmarking exercises really worked? And so we don't want to reinvent the proverbial wheel by developing yet nog a toolkit or another toolkit. And so the appeal was that we also be open to learning from previous attempts at doing so. Having said that, what ADIA did was developed a framework which included 12 norms based on their engagements with governments across the country, across the continent. They proposed 12 norms in an attempt to try and establish an African-centered framework for remote education at a national system level. So what are the kinds of things that we need to take into account if we are confronted with another COVID crisis that combines with other crises, and we are forced to also again go into lockdown and have forced learning from home, etc. And so they proposed these 12 norms that becomes imperative for us to consider, and each of these norms also includes particular indicators. And so I'm not going to go through all of them. So they identified, for example, that it is very important to have a robust policy and legal framework in place that will enable the implementation of remote education. In our case in South Africa, we've still got the e-education white paper, and we also have the Electronic Communications Act, and wide-ranging policies and legal frameworks that can guide and enable the use of technologies to enable remote learning. Similarly, in Botswana was the other country who also have a national policy on ICT in education that lays the basis for that guides interventions around ICT in education and remote education. The other aspect that they've touched on was that central, and it is something that we've learned also from our experience, is Norm 3, for example, that we need a strong teaching workforce capacity. And we've learned of the centrality of that during the COVID crisis, that teachers do not just need the skills and the capabilities, but they also need to have support, well-being support as well, given the stresses that they've been under as well. And so it becomes a critical benchmark to consider when designing remote education interventions. And so alongside each of those 12 norms, they included peace and conflict prevention and resolution, which was also evident in, during the 2 years, and the centrality also of public and private partnerships, or multi-stakeholder partnerships, as we've also engaged. So what the ADIA colleagues then recommended is that we look at these norms and then develop a survey where we will ask government officials, we will ask school leaders, as well as district officials, particular questions around whether and how we've been able to meet these benchmarks. And so a survey was drafted by ADIA for us to distribute to various stakeholders in South Africa and in Botswana, which was largely quantitative in South Africa, and it was customized as a qualitative survey in Botswana. I just need to drink some water, sorry. So in both countries, different stakeholders were engaged. I'm not going to go into the details there, but from national government ministry level to school level stakeholders. And what each country did in the survey process was allocate certain norms and questions around particular norms to particular stakeholders. So in the case of Botswana, for example, they targeted specifically the indicators and questions around Norm 1 related to policy to their senior officials in their national department and their legal advisors, etc. So norms were allocated to specific stakeholders to answer very particular questions. We did the same in South Africa, where senior DBE officials were allocated particular norms to answer specific questions, provincial officials, district officials, and teacher training institutions, as well as school-based officials as well. And so, as we can see, we targeted quite something like a sizable sample cut across each of those stakeholders in Botswana and in South Africa. And what those results revealed, so basically what ADIA's framework asked us, they included 3 levels. It's either we are ready for remote education, or we are not ready, or we are partially ready. And what it's revealed that for each norm, 2 minutes, for each of the norms, and I'm going to, these slides are going to be distributed, I won't have time to go into them, but each of the norms revealed overall that in South Africa and in Botswana, along each of those norms, based on the insights from each of the stakeholders, that we are in fact not quite ready. In certain cases, we are more ready in other cases. And what was interesting is as we went further down the hierarchy, school principals and senior officials at school, senior management, felt very strongly that the system is far from ready or not ready across almost all norms. And I'm not going to go into that. But what we then debated with ADIA is that there were some very specific weaknesses that this particular toolkit needed to address, that also speaks to the fact that we need to have a more open and critical conversation around the assumptions we are making about technologies and change. And so I wanted to conclude on that note. We've recognized that the assumption that we are making is that technologies are neutral. We also are exploring more critically the fact that what we are seeing is the increasing encroachment in the education space of technology companies, of startups, of products, and the centrality of procurement of products have become dominant in our engagements with technologies in education. And so in trying to challenge those influences in the remote education and remote and digital learning debates, UNESCO has in fact, and will be releasing in the next 2 weeks, an invitation for a critical engagement. And I'm going to conclude on that note. The title of the document that UNESCO is releasing in 2 weeks' time is called An EdTech Tragedy. And they are inviting a conversation on also looking at the shadow side of educational technologies, of how, in fact, during the COVID crisis, we've seen a deepening of digital inequality and multiple forms of inequality. And therefore, the invitation is that we engage in also the philosophical debates about technologies, and this is an invitation to our colleagues in the DBE as well, and that we then find robust ways to engage with the dominance of big tech in education, the dominance of the private sector, in a way that ensures that we can build a strong, capable national department and build effective partnerships in the interests, and this is UNESCO's call, of the national and global public good, in the interests of the common good, and that we retain and defend education as a public good and as a common good, and therefore digital education as a common public good. That's the invitation. Thank you.
So thank you, Prof.
So though you went beyond the allocated time, but nevertheless, thank you very much. So I'm going to take the other speaker, the third speaker. So let me quickly read you bio. Ms. Nomso Kana works as an entrepreneur in the broadband infrastructure sector. She's a lobbyist for sustainable resource use and led the South African delegation to the World Sustainability Energy Forum. In 2019, she was appointed to serve as a commissioner for Fourth Industrial Revolution, an initiative of the South African president. She has studied nuclear science and serves as a governor for the Nuclear Energy Foundation Energy Agency, a commercial African group that advocates for alternative energy sources in the 43 African countries. Ghana is actively involved in youth development, so through SADC Parliamentary Forum and the then African Women Leadership Network. Ghana has received several international accolades for a social entrepreneurship work. So the most recent is the Young Entrepreneur Award by the African Women Innovation Entrepreneurship Forum. In addition, she is a program director for Daungana Africa, a non-profit movement that provides high school girls from rural and extremely underexposed sub-Saharan communities with world-class internet access and exposure to education and career options in science, technology, engineering, entrepreneurship, and mathematics. Ghana is a deputy chairperson of the Nelson Mandela Science Center and Small Enterprise Development Agency, and lastly, an advisor to the Premier of the Eastern Cape Province. Recently, she was awarded prestigious Ubuntu Award for her social responsibility in Africa by the International Relations Department, DICO, and Presiding Minister, Dr. Naledi Pandor. Welcome, Mamsa, to the podium. So thank you. Want to use this?
I'm just going to use the
Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all the delegates, and I want to follow suit and say all protocols observed. I know they're highly high-end people in the room, and I want to really honor them for the work that they do in the space of basic education. Colleagues, so mine will be quite very short. I come from the industry, and I participate in the nuclear energy side as well as in ICT, holistically. And I just want to share some of the perspectives that I've seen in the industry that I think that, the current status quo of our education currently is hinging on some of the ideas and also the concepts that will really, shape the future of learning, and also just, give that new perspective on how education can be reimagined. And I can imagine in the past 2 days how there's been such a great, comprehensive ideas and concepts on how ICT is going to play a role in reshaping education and also just transforming how, learning is going to be like. And one of the concepts that I've seen, just aligning the industry, the demands of the industry, and also looking at how the education sector is if one now has to really map out the future and what is required there. You find that there's a lot of demand for students and learners to have a global competency. And we've seen how education is really used as a transmitter, we're consuming education right now, but in the future, education will just be simply an amplifier because there will be that, coherence where now there is the learner and the teacher, but technology is just an amplifier between that relationship. And also one of the great competencies that is required right now, and I've seen it even in technical aspects, technical, careers such as nuclear or any other that is really looking at how deep or in-depth competencies in the technical fields are required, is actually innovation and creativity. So we no longer require now scientists to be these people that are quite very, very, shy, and they're just locked up in the labs without any complement skills such as innovation and creativity. So innovation and creativity, I think it's one of the skills that must be imposed in the early childhood learning phases, as this will really have an impact in the future of learning and also in the demands in the industry on how kids are taught. So I happened to stumble upon OECD's frameworks for a very long time. And really my understanding and also my interaction with those is to really understand what is the total output of a learner, and also how our frameworks are being built, and also how our tools are being utilized. I think Prof shared quite a very interesting take on that. I think it should form in various policy formulations that there are certain tools that must be inbuilt in order to ensure that digital transformation is part of the ingredient for future learning. But I've realized that I think South Africa does participate in OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And the main aim, to my understanding, is that they build these learning campuses that can assist education policies to ensure that a child that starts off is able to be a global citizen. I think, colleagues, our main vision is to ensure that we build futures or societies of the future so that people are able to interact with the world. We don't build learners that are just going to remain within the confines of South Africa and are unable to interact with the world. But these learning campuses, I'm quite certain colleagues are quite aware of them, is that they show how people can navigate their lives and their world. And obviously this has to start from home and into international spheres. And I find this quite very useful in building, in being utilized in policy formulations. So just getting into the bits of future of learning, through various publications that I've seen, and also how industry once again is demanding the produce of how a student, a learner, a grade 12 student, for example, must be like in the industry. Is that number one, future of learning is going to be quite very interesting because it requires a paradigm shift, not just from the teachers and the schools, but also from the officials that are deriving policies, and also from leaders that are really principals over those policies, because it has to really produce education that is quite poised to be immersive and interactive and personalized. It's quite unfortunate that these days we still stuck up perhaps on the classroom style. We do not have that personalized way of learning. But I think as we hedging into the future, we're going to get into that, and I think, as I've mentioned, technology will be an amplifier for that, because there's a lot of big data on how, and also how it is interpreted, and how data now has been made to be quite easily understandable, so that a teacher is able to create a personalized and interactive learning platform for each student. And obviously, technology will continue to play a role. In the past 2 days, as I was engaging online, there were a couple of concepts that were thrown in on how digital transformation is going to really start from the bottom to the top, because there's already consumption from the bottom, which is now the schools platforms, the classroom platforms, but technology will continue to play a role. And the use of VR, AR, and AI, as much as there is still we're still in the conceptual phase in South Africa regarding the usage of AI, but technology, 4IR technologies will definitely play a role in that. And learning will become more personalized. I've gone through this point because I've realized even in my interactions in the SADC, there's quite a lot of teachers that are using hybrid learning platforms where they have their own curriculum, but they expose their learners into hybrid platforms where learner is able to learn or tap into the European standards of learning, and also tap in and consume some of the education material that is coming from there. And obviously, there's quite a lot of challenge that we will face as South Africa regarding remote learning. I think as much as the 4IR Commission has, tabulated and released a strategy that enforces that we should have broadband infrastructure as a key element in ensuring remote learning and ensuring remote working, but we're being hampered by load shedding that is really causing this country to take a step back, and it's pulling us into very old stone ages in which we are unable to really function in that. But it's going to be quite popular, as we've seen in the pandemic situation, where remote learning was now being enforced and digital transformation was accelerated. I believe some of the resolutions that will come out of this gathering is that there'll be more realistic and holistic approaches to ensure that future of learning really impacts the learner as well as the teacher, because these are the key people that are going to drive how students are going to learn and absorb knowledge. And I think some of those elements that must be incorporated, obviously, is that nowadays we've seen how mindfulness and emotional intelligence must not only be applied when a learner now or anyone who's in the industry is working, but emotional intelligence must also be taught in schools so that kids are able to apply themselves in different situations. So the wealth perspective, which is this is really my last slide, is that in 20 years, there will be quite a huge change in how the education system is globally. And I think South Africa might, if we accelerate further in ensuring that we put together a couple of or multiple stakeholders to get into this desirable stage, is that we can really reach this in the next 20 years. But the wealth perspective is looking at 4 things. Number 1 is how schools will be extended. So school being extended, it means that there will be that hybrid system where our school or educational policies will allow teachers to introduce other hybrid models in order for students to participate. And also the main aim for them is that they become economic active participants, as well as having global competencies, and education will be outsourced. And that means it's the traditional schooling system is going to rapidly change in a way that we're going to have, I think China has embarked on this, on how they've diversified their educational ways of teaching and how they're outsourcing it. And just the second last is schools as learning hubs. So it's quite important that we look at schools as learning hubs, and this speaks to even, in adulthood, people must still go back and look at how schools are going to connect different spheres of how learning and also how learners should really be in the center of their own learning. And also, just lastly, Learn As You Go. Learn As You Go, I think it's something we all are practicing today. If I can ask in the room, I could tell that, probably 100% of everyone, they have their online courses, you're teaching as well as you are also learning at the same time. So this is really a worth perspective, and I think it aligns with the discussions that have been happening in this gathering in the past 2 days. And just lastly, out of the work of the 4IR Commission that has been tabulated was that it's quite important that we have multiple stakeholders to ensure that, our education system speaks to the demand of the industry and also the ever-growing demand of the 4IR era that is changing the world rapidly. With that being said, Colleen, thank you so much, and over to you, Facilitator.
So thank you very much, Ms. Anna. Okay, fine. So can you give a round of applause again? Well, I'm taking to the last speaker, Ms. Thesha, head of marketing project called Isizwe. Her bio goes thus: with an academic background in media, linguistics, and education, Shivon, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, right? So Shivon has primarily worked on projects in schools in the non-profit and development sector. After working with children, integrating technology into learning, she moved into designing and developing education programs to help schools to adopt ICT to improve educational outcomes. In the ICT and telecommunications sector, much of Shivon's work has focused on adult education, supporting young people's use of technology and the internet as they enter the workplace, and teachers as they adopt technology into their teaching practice. In 2013, Shivon co-founded EdTech Summit Africa, an innovative technology conference produced free of charge for underdeserved educators in Africa. Now in its 10th year of production, Shivon is an advocate of EdTech in schools and maintains that it must always be relevant and effective in serving contextual teacher needs and authentic learning outcomes. Ms. Thesha, so the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, and all protocols observed. It's an honor to be here today sharing the work that Project Isizwe do. Just waiting for my slides to come up. I work with Project Isizwe. We're a non-profit organization that deploys Wi-Fi and connectivity solutions into underserved communities and schools. Today I'll be sharing with you our best practice where we have been implementing connectivity solutions, particularly in the rural space across South Africa. We do community Wi-Fi as well as school Wi-Fi, and in the last year, we've shifted our focus more into the schooling space, understanding that education is a critical part of how we move our country forward. I'm going to share a short video about Project Isizwe's Why for education. So after 10 years of working in community Wi-Fi, Project Isizwe has identified that one of the critical problems that still underpins everything in South Africa is widespread inequity. And working in communities, we obviously know that connecting schools and enabling education is a critical factor that needs to be addressed in order to contribute to the solution. So our particular solution is free, uncapped Wi-Fi for learners at school and at home. In this regard, we see 4 critical benefits as we implement this solution. So that's access to free, relevant education resources, both for educators and learners, keeping learners in school and improving attendance, and that includes for educators, improving academic performance, and most importantly, ensuring that learners have equal opportunity to thrive in the same way that their global peers do. We believe that with connectivity in schools and enabling these 4 very important points, we will drive forward to the point of reducing the inequity in South Africa. This is our progress, and just to share some insights, we've connected 64 schools. Between October and January this year, we have given 16,573 users access to free Wi-Fi, and that's education users only, so those are educators and learners in our schools. And in particular, and today's focus, is a large number of the schools that we're connecting, so 45% of those 64 are actually in rural areas. So I'm going to be sharing with you the best practice of how we've connected these rural schools to the internet. We work with an organization called WAPA. WAPA stands for Wireless Access Providers Association, and they actually have a great video which can do my job for me this morning, so I'm going to play that for you.
South Africa is a beautiful but vast country where the bulk of our people live in big cities. For other areas, many services are often not so lekker or not available at all. The Wireless Access Providers Association and its members are here to help small towns, farmers and rural residents level the playing fields. To really benefit, we need stable, fast internet. Fixed wireless broadband is what makes this possible. Installing physical fiber cables to remote areas is expensive. To make the best use of this connection, we connect it to a high tower, then use advanced fixed wireless equipment to beam a high-speed internet service to customers. We can transmit in every direction and to customers who may be located many kilometers away. The fiber can either be connected directly to each tower or relayed from another tower to achieve maximum service distance. Using point-to-point and point-to-multipoint connections from towers and other high structures, customers receive a secure, encrypted internet signal using on-premise equipment at their homes or businesses. Unlike a satellite signal that suffers from slow upload speeds, buffering and jittery connections, our fixed wireless broadband delivers a fast, smooth and responsive internet service to a small, controlled number of customers. With fixed wireless broadband, not only can customers get email, websites and data, but also telephone services on the same connection without the need for copper landlines, and even keep their old number. When you subscribe to an internet service from one of our members, you can enjoy peace of mind, knowing that they are bound by our code of conduct. Join us in connecting more South Africans to a world-class internet service.
So since Project Isizwe's inception, we've been working with members of WAPA, and they've become particularly critical in helping us reach the rural areas and schools in the outlying areas. And these are some of the lessons that we've learned that contribute towards our best practice. So we know that large-scale service providers are excellent. They really are, and they do amazing work, and they do important work in terms of infrastructure. But oftentimes, this is really, really critical in large-scale deployments, but particularly focused to urban areas. Working with WAPA, you're able to get out into the less covered areas. So when you look at that map on the bottom left, that is a coverage map of the WAPA internet service providers. This is actually a pre-COVID map. WAPA are doing another census this year, and this map will be updated. But you can see they have over 200 service providers that have infrastructure and are providing coverage in the rural areas. There's quite a large portion of the country that's covered. So Project Isizwe's use and partnering with WAPA has given us a distinct advantage in putting connectivity in place in rural schools. WAPA has got 256, and that's a growing network of wireless internet service providers. It's a very easy to use service. When you go onto their website, you put in a set of GPS coordinates and send off a coverage request, and that is automatically, through their service, sent to all of the proximal service providers in that area. Within 24 hours, you'll receive multiple responses, and that often includes quotes, and information gets confirmed, and then you're able to start working towards getting connected. The biggest benefit for us with working with the WAPA WISPs is that because the association has a set of standards, we get a very, very high quality service, and we get very fair and very competitive pricing. So that's been hugely beneficial. Their website is wapa.org.za. You can go there right now. This is not a secret. This is out there for everyone to use. Our partnership with WAPA has really empowered us as an organization, and I'd like to encourage everyone, particularly rural schools, but this applies to everyone, even in urban areas, to utilize the services of WAPA. We know as Project Isizwe that it's often very difficult for schools and the department to deal directly with service providers, so we are able to facilitate a go-between where we have a deep understanding of how wireless internet works, as well as a deep understanding of what schools require in terms of the service of internet. So we're happy to be part of that partnership with you and WAPA, the Department of Education, and multiple other partners. So just a quick insight into some of the WAPA WISPs that we're connected with, and most of you have probably not heard of them. iBit, Ladysmith Wireless, Kalahari 24/7, Letaba Networks, EasyWeb. These are very small service providers, but really, really effective in terms of what they deliver. We've also worked, obviously, with the big guys. Comsol and Seacom are two of our biggest partners. So another critical success factor in how we're able to put connectivity into rural schools is through partnerships. We partner with the Department of Education, we partner with funders, and we know that without collaboration, we're not going to solve this problem. So we have a number of partners, and we work across the board with connecting schools that need connectivity and are ready for connectivity with funding partners who want to make a difference in this country and who want to enable connectivity in schools. That's just a little bit of a showcase of who some of these partners are. And I'm going to share with you a couple of case studies of what we've done in some of our rural deployments. With Sibanye Stillwater, we have in place a free capped Wi-Fi model, and that goes out to 18 schools in the rural outskirts of Rustenburg in the Northwest Province. Each user per device per day gets 1 gigabyte of free capped internet. It resets at midnight, so you get it the next day too. And in fact, when we first deployed this project in October last year, we started on 500 megs. And within a couple of weeks, there was a request to please double it, so we did that. In the last quarter of 2022, we connected 1,972 unique users to the internet. They used over 3,000 gigabytes of data, and if you compared that usage in mobile data rates, it would have cost 685,400 South African rand. So there's been quite a significant savings there. Just in terms of some of the highlights of this project, we've put Wi-Fi coverage over admin blocks as well as classrooms. Project Isizwe fundamentally believe that there's a critical part of deploying Wi-Fi into schools, and enabling coverage is for teaching and learning. So we really do our best to cover classrooms, particularly focus areas of those schools. Mathematics educators are teaching with streaming video. Learners are doing research and accessing past papers. Educators have got laptops and some learners have got tablets. One of the most critical success factors for us is that we work with principals who are very proactive and very engaged, and that's credit to the Department of Education, who have done a lot of work to strengthen leadership in their schools. And in most of these schools, mathematics, science, and ICT are key focus areas. So that's a little bit about the Sibanye project. We deployed one of the schools yesterday, And I got a message this morning, I'm just going to read it to you on one of our groups. It was from one of the new principals who literally we switched their school on yesterday. And here it is. Greetings, honorables. Matete Nene Secondary School. The principal and SGB as a whole would like to take this opportunity to thank your company at large for giving us the most desired internet connection ever. Internet connection is playing a significant role on working, office-based learning and teaching in our school. We really appreciate you. Thank you. So it's really great to get this acknowledgement from principals and SGBs. The second case study that I'd like to focus on, and I hope I'm still doing okay with regards to time, is a project that we're doing with 3V's Trading. Yesterday, we heard from Mr. Dlamini from KwaZulu-Natal Special Needs School. This is very, very rural. It's in the Loskop area of Drakensberg. And to these schools, we're offering free uncapped Wi-Fi. And that's the solution that we've put in place. There are 5 schools and an education project. And the free uncapped Wi-Fi is currently available for 1,057 education beneficiaries, that's educators and learners. And in the last quarter of 2022, 998 unique users used 1,858 gigs of data, and the savings there was 371,000 Rand. The highlights from this project, I think, Project Isizwe has a number of programmatic initiatives that we work with when we're in schools. We have a process that we follow, working with leadership and educators. We work with partners to do education training and getting learners onboarded onto the internet. But one of our initiatives is what we're calling our Global Learnership Sharing Project, where we're connecting schools from South Africa with global schools internationally for shared learning. We know that our learners and learners overseas have a lot to learn from each other in a global partnership. So we've actually twinned KwaZulu-Natal Secondary School with a school called Tuts Hill Primary in the UK. And it's been incredible to watch this unfold. The learners in England and the learners in South Africa are learning as much from each other. It's been wonderful. And then just 2 quotes very quickly. Mr. Ketwa, who's the principal at Nkosi Utatazela High School, says, teaching and learning are more relevant and meaningful when our staff and learners are able to access online resources. And then lastly, Mr. Mgluli from Nkoma Kazini Technical High School. Our school caters for learners with diverse learning and educational needs. The free Wi-Fi we now have is enabling our staff and learners the access they need to ensure we deliver on our multidisciplinary approach to learning. In closing, connecting rural schools is hard work, but it's necessary and it's achievable. Working through WAPA with our funders and in close partnership with these schools, we have a proven model for successfully connecting rural schools. I invite you to use WAPA and partner with us to help connect every educator and learner to free uncapped internet in South Africa. I thank you.
So thank you very much. So can you perhaps round of applause for Ms. Thush again. Round of applause for Ms. Thush again. All right. And another round of applause for all the speakers. So thank you very much. So I'm not going to do a recap, but so this is how I want us to proceed. So in the same order, so maybe I will take, let me try and see, 12 questions. So 4 questions for each. So 4 questions for each speaker, right? So 4 questions for each speaker. And so also take 2 comments, so from the floor, general comments from the floor, right? And the discussions will sort of continue outside these walls. All right. Remember 4 questions, so for each speaker, in the same order as the presentation were handled, right? Let me try and check. So I'll start. Okay. Just a minute. You 1, 2, 3. You have only 3. 3. All right. So 3 questions for Prof. Robert. So let me start with you. Number 1.
Good morning, colleagues. The name is Rian van der Berg from FEDSAS. Thank you to the panel for your input. Very informative, Prof. Is it Prof. Roberts? Really loved your presentation. I have a quick comment that I will end with a question. It seems like we are mystifying the 21st century by having talks about 21st century, calling it skills, calling it devices, calling it whatever it is, but we are placing it in a special placeholder as if we are mystifying it and giving people the opportunity to detract from engaging in it. Because if we mystify the 21st century, we might be looking at glorifying the previous years and giving validity to staying in the previous years. I don't ever remember a Lekgotla on paper-based learning or the overhead projector or something like that, but we mystify the 21st century in our mindset and our language, and possibly giving ourselves the biggest barrier to engage with it. So my question is, how do we demystify the 21st century tools, skills, learnings, all these things, even in a Lekgotla like this, so that we don't isolate it, but make it part of day-to-day life? I don't think internet access is an ICT discussion. I think it's an infrastructure discussion. It's like the water and lights. I personally don't have a load shedding kit for lights when the power goes off, but I have it for my internet access. I can live with a candle, but I need connectivity. So it's an infrastructure problem. So I'll end there and just ask the question, how do we demystify it so that the 21st century is not something that is coming in the future, but it's just part and parcel of our day-to-day life?
So thank you very much. So the second question.
Thanks, Prof. Roberts. I loved your insights around the mathematics in isiXhosa and also in when you translate it to English. Based on that, I would like to ask a question which also can be answered by the other speakers. Artificial intelligence bias can be very dangerous when it's presented to very inquisitive group of young learners. How are we protecting learners in terms of the research and the work that is being done globally as South Africa, because we are currently not participating in that aspect? And the second question is around the zero rating, which also can be answered by all speakers. Should the zero rating of educational site be left to network operators to decide which site gets zero rated in terms of access? Or should we change that and include NGOs and DBE in the decision making? Through you, Chairperson, can I use this opportunity to pose a question to Professor Isaacs in the interest of time? Yeah, so Prof. Isaac.
No, I mean, okay. So only Robert.
Thank you.
It's fine, thank you. So the other person wanted to ask, so Prof. Roberts, a question? I think there were 3.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have a question on the online platform. The question is about WAPA, so it's coming from Prof. Rosenberg. So it says, to the last speaker, does WAPA operate in Namibia as well? Some of us work with teachers in rural Namibia.
Thank you. So Prof. Roberts, so can you proceed to the podium and respond to the questions?
I think that'll work better. Thanks very much for your question. Mystifying 21st century skills. Yes, I'm with you. I think they're bollocks. And I know there's a lot of work in them, but I think that what's really important about them is we see that they're central to our humanness, that they're central to our education. And there wasn't a magic switch that changed from 1999 to 2000, except for a big scare about Y2K. And I kind of feel like 4IR, VUCA, 21st century skills is a bit like Y2K. It's anachronous because you can say when it was relevant. And I think educational theory spans far longer than centuries. And I think the work that's done in 21st century skills is important about what is essential for learning. And so I'm not saying that they're not relevant. I'm saying they're highly relevant. They just don't only belong here. And so I think your point around demystifying it, to me, the way of doing that is to say, take the rural girl child in Mbazana who's sitting in a classroom of 72 children in a facility that doesn't have any concrete ceiling to prevent theft of tablets, where there's a flush toilet, because that's moved on, and we've probably got a Zozo tank, and make this happen there, in every place. Because I think making available the kinds of technologies that are available to our urban and rich children is our developmental priority, and that must come from the state. It must come from joined-up government between Eskom, roads, internet service providers, the Department of Communications, and finally realizing the vision of the e-education white paper of not just discounted rates, but zero-rated and free data broadband in rural communities. The second question related to the English and isiXhosa with regard to pinda, and that when you understand multiplication as pinda, you get very confused when you're being told that it means groups of. And that's a consequence of a direct translation from an English text into an isiXhosa text. And your model for multiplication is fundamentally different. What you're hearing and what you're seeing are incongruent. The same thing happens with all of the kinds of developments we have. The chat GPT doesn't exist other than in English. We're not getting how do I write my isiXhosa essay, right? And how can I pose questions in isiZulu? And we have a real opportunity and need to be using what I think the department's done really well, which is making available translations in various African languages. But we know that there needs to be investment into the registers, the academic registers of each African language group, and using what we have now produced as the state, as this huge trove of curriculum and LTSM, to be feeding that in to the various tools. Digital allows us at the click of a button to be switching at least at the phrase level, but we can also be switching in terms of paragraphs. But only if we're putting the data in, and that has to come from us, where I think we are actually pretty advanced in relation to the rest of the world in understanding the fundamental nature of home language and the need for bilingual and multilingual engagement. The second question was with regard to the online platform in Namibia. Third question, sorry.
Thanks so much. So to my knowledge, no, the WAPA-WISP network does not extend into Namibia, but I'd like to chat to you afterwards, get contact details, and see if we can help get you access to someone who's able to help. I'll take this opportunity to address the first question around who should it be left up to in terms of determining the service and what service gets provisioned and how this gets allocated in terms of zero rating or free allocation. I hope I understood that question correctly. I was a teacher for a number of years and I worked in various classrooms. I've worked extensively in rural classrooms with educators as well. And I think at the end of the day, every single person in this room is sitting here thinking about learners who are at the receiving end of education. And I think to get locked up in the bureaucracy of who's responsible for what and how do we divvy up this pie in a competitive way is something that we really need to veer away from. For us at Project Isizwe, this work is about being truly collaborative and forging really honest and very, very open partnerships that allow authentic collaboration. And what I mean by that is we need to get a lot more open and transparent around funds that are available, budgets that we have access to, and then we need to work together with small providers like those who are members of WAPA, and we need to put solutions into place that can impact on educators and learners tomorrow, not in 6 months' time, not in 8 months' time, and not in 3 months' time. We have rural learners in Limpopo and in the Northwest Province and in Mpumalanga who could have internet by Friday. And those are the people who we need to think about. It should be free. It shouldn't be up to anyone to decide what it should cost or if it should cost anything. It should just be free and it should just be uncapped, and we can do it by Friday. So we should stop having the conversation about who should do this, and we should just do it. Thanks.
So thank you very much. I think there's one gentleman that we missed who wanted to ask a question.
Good day.
Wanted to ask a question to Prof. Roberts, ne?
Yeah, actually my question was on the online platform too.
Come again?
My question is on the online platform. It is on the online platform. Yeah, so actually I'm the founder and CEO of the Lekgotla Global Education Institute, which is aiming at integrating private schools and public schools in South Africa through the online platform. But the problem that we're actually facing, we face the problem of the lack of access to internet in the rural village school. So I think actually if maybe we can actually get a chance to speak with them, they can actually help because it actually addresses so many things in South Africa, like the education gap in the private sector, in the public sector, and also the mental health problems that we face that actually are not addressed in rural villages. So I think through our online platform, I think actually if they can actually maybe collaborate with us somewhere, I think maybe we can actually advance very well. And yeah, also to take the South African education sector to the global sector. So even this year, that's why we changed the name of our program to Global Education Institute, so that we can actually get access to other schools in other countries. So thank you so much.
So what's your question?
Yeah, it's not the question, actually, it's just a statement to comment on the online platform.
Okay, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Not a question. No, I mean, it was just a comment. So that's my understanding. Right. So I'll take another set of questions. So for the second speaker, Prof. Isaacs, right? If there are any. It's only one hand. Thank you.
Prof. Isaacs, in your testing of the norms, you showed that for Botswana, you had one of the critical stakeholders, which is labor, in the sample. But for South Africa, you did not have that. And we've built a very good relationship with our labor compatriots. Why were they excluded for the South African samples?
So thank you very much for picking that up. So that was one of the concerns that was raised by the colleagues at the DBE as well, when the framework that ADIA developed was handed to us to try and test with various stakeholders. One of the things that we identified immediately is, in fact, the most important stakeholder, which is the learner, is missing from the series of stakeholders who also need to be engaged with. And so we made a very strong recommendation that when it comes to designing remote education initiatives, that it becomes central and pivotal to engage with learner insights and learner perspectives, which is also a theme that came across very strongly yesterday. So thank you for picking that up, and I think that it was certainly a recommendation that was very strongly put forward by the DBE and the NECT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another set of questions for Nomsogana. I see one, okay, one.
Thank you. So similarly,
just a minute. Two. Only two. So thank you.
Just on the idea of work, I mean, one of the principles in adaptive and agile work, it's easy to say and hard to do, but to not focus on best practice, but what you can do now, doing what's needed, not doing what looks to be best, and then trying to diffuse that best practice, by finding sort of positive deviance, seeing where are schools doing things that work and how do you scale ideas up and sharing ideas rather than having big plans from the top. So just, is there work in that sector? In the private sector, it shows up as innovation labs or process-driven approaches. Are there those kinds of things happening?
Thank you. Another question?
Good morning.
I saw a hand somewhere there. Thank you.
Good morning. Big applause to the 4 speakers that presented. I just want to know, in terms of the special needs sector, in terms of ICT connectivity and ICT within the schools, the ICT provides a huge benefit to our learners with special needs as an alternative to teaching. I want to know, how are you incorporating our learners within your sphere? Thank you.
All right. I only saw 2 hands. I mean, so are they directed to you, the questions? I'm going to take the last one.
There's a bit of a feedback sound from the stage, and it's quite very difficult to hear some of the questions, but I've picked up the person that asked, and I didn't hear it clearly, but it was something towards process mapping for future learning or something. But I think we can engage afterwards. But one of the tools and frameworks I think Prof. Isaacs has mentioned is how it's quite important when the infusion of digital learning is being done. It must be, it must focus on the learner. So I'm not sure within that context if perhaps maybe your question was lying there. But we'll engage afterwards. I've marked you. So let me hand over.
So I heard that question as the need for agile and flexible responsiveness. And I think that's part of the point I was trying to make about 21st century skills starts with us and our institutions. And particularly for me, a strong and capable developmental state. At the moment, the ICT space is dominated by the private sector, who's offering to give gifts, which are rightly looked at with suspicion. 64 schools getting Wi-Fi is not cutting it. We have 24,000 schools, and we have schools that are in rural communities that are full-service schools that have special needs learners, where the investment has to come from centrally from the state to make that happen at the scale that's needed for 21st century skills to be possible. So while the private sector is dominating the space with all its good intention and not sufficiently coordinated and money not being made available from the fiscus, we won't reach what we imagine in terms of the skills that we need.
So thank you very much. I will take 2 comments, general comments. So from the floor, if there are any. Comments, your observations. There's a hand.
Good morning. I'm Hema Hariram. I just want to start off with where the comment made by Prof. Roberts right now about the role players in education being in ICT being predominantly private, and that nothing's really for nothing. If you're gifting somebody something, there is a hidden agenda, and ideally, it is worrying. As a teacher union, we're worried about the encroachment of private in the public education space. The tagline for public education is to save public education, go public, fund public schooling. So it is worrying, as I said, and I'm going to repeat, because I found the comment of the last speaker saying we are offering free Wi-Fi to the schools. Then you have a funder, and then you say there's savings for the schools. So is there or isn't there any cost to the schools, if some clarity could be provided? And the last comment is that throughout the session, I think we're almost done with the plenaries, and people from the floor, everybody who could took the opportunity to present their own entity and what they do. And what we didn't hear was what public education's doing, what schools are doing. We didn't hear, we had the one example, the one teacher, but of course there was a funder behind that teacher. So we didn't hear a teacher working in a public school with public resources, sharing their best practices and how they succeeded. This is an education Lekgotla about the South African education system, predominantly public schools. That would have been interesting to have to hear. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So what is there any other comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Andile Dube from UNICEF. This is just a comment. Perhaps Shafika, Professor Isaac can say a little bit about this. One of our biggest struggles in South Africa is the fact that we have not been able to determine through mapping that is done in other countries which schools have connectivity and which schools have the connectivity that is required for teaching and learning. So we're probably one of the few countries that has not signed for GIGA. Of course, we are in conversation with the Department of Basic Education, but it's quite critical that the project around GIGA in ensuring that we've got evidence around who's connected and who's not connected, who's connected for administrative purposes and who's connected for teaching and learning purposes is done fast-tracked so that whoever is beginning to plan for connectivity has actually real-time information. But if you do have other pieces of information or data that does that mapping, please do share with the sector. You know, the comment around private sector and their contribution in the system is quite interesting. We've got all policies in South Africa that says telcos must contribute, and it's a legislation. And they are private sector. We are going to, at some stage, have a real conversation about public-private partnership. We have to have real conversation around ICASA and what it says about connectivity. But we also have to be real that the system might not be able to do it on its own in the short term. Of course, another tagline is education is a societal problem, and private sector should really, really contribute towards connectivity in school in the short term, whilst the department is busy collecting the data for connectivity. But it is a debate that we should have, respecting the perspective from the unions as well. Oh.
Thank you very much. My name is Sarah Gravett. A brief comment on the notion of 21st century skills. I fully agree that the term 21st century skills is sometimes an unfortunate term to use. Many of the so-called 21st century skills are skills that come even from Plato's time, critical thinking. It's not new. However, what I do think is important is in education, we have not really, and I'm here quoting from the work of Charles Fadel, and I find that very relevant, infused these skills, if you wish, deliberately, comprehensively, systematically and demonstrably in our teaching. So in some schools, these skills form part of what learners learn, but it's not done in all schools in a deliberate manner. That's the first point. The second point, and again, I find the term skills not always very useful, but there are some things that are very much 21st century and beyond. We can't survive without digital literacy going forward. We can't survive, I think, going forward without data literacy, to understand how you use data, to understand big issues. If we think about a recent example was COVID, and the many articles that were also in social media about the statistics around COVID, and it's very difficult to make sense of those if one does not have basic data literacy. And then, of course, also information literacy, which is often linked to critical thinking. How do you make sense of all this information on the internet that are sometimes very misleading? How do you understand how to trust certain sources and do not trust others? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I mean, so we're operating within time constraints. So remember, we started 30 minutes beyond time, right? So I want us to break for tea just right now. I mean, so further discussions, so we'll continue outside this, so this wall. Okay, but I'll hand over to the program director so to give further directives. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to take your tea away. Colleagues, we are running more than 40 minutes late, more or less. And I do want to give you a little bit of a respite. But I think what we're going to do is allow the colleagues who would like to grab a cup of tea, please, because if we break now, it's going to literally take us about 30 minutes, I think, or longer to get everyone back into the hall. By virtue of a small break, what I would like you to do for the next minute, if you could be absolutely quiet and ask yourself, what are the first two things that you're going to do when you go back home or go back into your working environment after being at this Lekgotla? Could we all do that, please? What do you think are the actions that you will be taking when you leave here to try and infuse whatever you've taken from the Lekgotla into the environment in which you find yourself? And whilst you are doing that, if I can get this right, probably showing my age, I don't know how many of you know this song. Can you actually hear it? Great. There's many of you who remember the song with me. Colleagues, okay, we are not the children, but this is the kind of hope that we have to inspire into our children and making them understand that their dreams, and this is what the song is saying, dreams are the wings of the mind. You can fly anytime you want to. So with those few words, and hopefully people having reflected on what exactly is it that they would be doing with the information and knowledge that they've gained here, I would like to hand back. We're going to immediately go over into the commission reports. Yesterday we did a lot of work in the commissions, and I know it was hard work for those people who actually managed to sit in, up until the end. It was hard work. There were lots of differing opinions in the commission that I was in. But I do hope that from all of that hard work, which is a culmination of what we are supposed to be doing here, helping us to get to a report on this Lekgotla. And we have the commissions, there were 5 commissions, and we're going to immediately ask them to get ready to report, do their report backs, so that we can gain back some of the time. And with that, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Head of Department of Mpumalanga, Department of Education, Mrs. Lucy Moyani. So can you please put your hands together for her, and I will be stepping down. Thank you. Sorry, I would have had to release our panelists here.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, we said please just a quick grab of tea, quietly so that we can continue with the program. Quietly so, it's 9:56, can we start again exactly 10 o'clock, op die kop. We don't want to keep you here until tomorrow. Can we have the commission rapporteurs ready? Can we have the commission rapporteurs ready? Also loading their reports. Get yourselves ready so that we can start. I'm getting worried when I see people leaving the room with big bags. I don't mind a handbag. You now have 3 minutes. I said 10 o'clock, op die kop, we start. That's why I said they must do it quick and grab and come back. Yeah. Okay, grab your tea. There's some nice things there. We would not mind if you take your tea from the venue, or you have your tea from the venue. Can we do it quick, colleagues? I'm very, very generous. I'm very, very generous. I said 10 o'clock, op die kop is 9:58. I'm very generous and I would just allow a further 5 minutes. And as a good teacher, I'll add it at the end of the program. So if we're meant to finish by 14:40, we'll finish by 14:45. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm number one. I'm number one. No, you start with the old man. Get the old man out of the way. Can I put this here? Yeah, okay.
Are we coming with our...
Now, just in case that is not clear, In case that is not clear.
Is there? Yeah, if you have submitted.
Let me see.
Just in case.
That is clear. How do I?
No, you're not sure.
How do I move it up and down there?
Next.
Where's my presentation?
This is the laser.
As we look forward to commission.
Ask them to put Ma'am, Zelian Babakera presentation. You want to be a mover?
There are no MECs here, right? Only HODs.
Yeah. Can the technicians just flight one of the presentations? We just want to do a test.
Nah,
Not yet, but I think it does work. Because does it work?
At the back.
Emira, does it work to move the slides here?
No.
Yeah, but I think it want you to point there so that you can. I think you point your laser there so that it can move.
The remote?
Yes. Because that's where you're going to move it from.
No, but now I think it won't move. They haven't loaded.
Yeah.
I think so. I think people have left. It's a deputy minister. Yes, you see, they loaded my. You're in trouble. I thought I'll allow you. How are you? Are you enjoying the DBE?
I think I just need to go from.
No, please stay. I haven't even welcomed you and you want to leave. Rufus Polle. You are? Kenze. From?
I'm from DGMT.
Okay.
I'm presenting on early learning.
Try it.
Mission 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much, actually.
2 minutes to go. Please start walking back into the venue. I'm talking to the ones outside. No, we're studying in alphabetical order. You want to? Commission 1. Yeah, so that's one. We'll negotiate.
Where's the other? You have to do it in order. But you can do this one.
No, I do. It will disturb the running order, yeah.
No, it's not even confusing. I'm just saying I know.
Yeah.
I know you as well.
Yes, I know each other.
I mustn't go.
Now, where can I keep my water? You can't keep the water here to fall.
Yes.
No, water here.
Let's see.
Oh, you will need water when you are there.
Yeah, I get this. Not this.
So what do you choose? Are you taking this or are you using that one?
I'll keep both, just in case I can't see them. Why?
No, but when you're here, you can.
You want me to take this away now?
You can see that side.
Yeah.
Just check it. Just stand here and check if you'll be able to.
No, it's fine.
Indeed, it's now 10:05, as I've been generous. I've been introduced here as Lucy Moyane. I am going to take over the session from my colleague, Moira Mare. I'm Lucy Moyane from the beautiful province of Mpumalanga. And I want to urge the DBE, DG, and team that the next Lekgotla should be in Mpumalanga. I know that when you are in Mpumalanga, there won't be people wanting to rush home. There's lots of things to see and enjoy in Mpumalanga. We are now going into the session where we're going to get report backs from the commissions. Each commission has a maximum of 20 minutes to present. A maximum of 20 minutes. And I'm going to use my stopwatch to manage the time, Dr. Polia. After all the presentations, we will then go to the comments, questions, and discussions on what has been presented. But I must urge colleagues that we don't want to reopen the discussions that happened yesterday in the commissions, but we want to enrich the reports from the commissions. So I'm urging all of us, if my point was not taken yesterday, please don't raise it here today when we take those discussions. May I then invite all the rapporteurs. I can see the rapporteur for Commission 1 is on the stage. Rapporteur for Commission 2 is on the stage. Red Tlhabane, please join us on the stage. And Mr. Bottoman and Ms. Khadebe, may all the rapporteurs. Oh, you are here. No, I didn't see you because you had left earlier on. Okay, so can we ask the two gentlemen to please ascend the stage so that we can start? We are starting, colleagues. Please fasten your seatbelt. This flight is about to take off. We can't wait to hear the recommendations coming from all of us for the sector. We want to see this train moving. Our Commission 1 was on transition from school to work, developing and implementing a modernized curriculum for the 21st century and beyond. The rapporteur for this commission is Dr. Rufus Polia. And allow me and join me as we welcome Dr. Polia to the podium to give us a report from Commission 1. Dr. Polia.
That seems to be a rather half-hearted applause. I'm not sure why. Thank you. That sounds better. Good morning to our heads of department present, all senior officials from the Department of Basic Education, senior officials from the provincial education departments, and all our experts from the various universities, institutions, our different social partners, stakeholders present. Thank you for your support thus far. And thank you, Chairperson. I know we have limited time available, but let me just start by indicating that this is really an exciting morning. Did you ever imagine that on a Saturday morning, we'll have the greater part of the education fraternity at the Sandton Convention Center? And remember, Sandton is an important location. By my own estimate, it's the economic hub of South Africa, and one may argue it's the economic hub of Africa. And out of this Sandton Convention Center, this morning, will be launched the critical and important recommendations that's going to take our education system forward. So, like our chairperson has mentioned, fasten your seatbelts and get ready for an exciting and groundbreaking journey into that which is going to take us beyond the 21st century. Now, the commission that I was a part of really deliberated the issues extensively. In fact, some of us were here until about 9 o'clock at night last night, trying to consolidate and trying to reach consensus on what was discussed during the commission discussion. And what we are looking at is really important because it relates to the curriculum, it relates to transition from school to the world of work. And in discussing all of this, we need to understand the waves of these significant developments that are taking place around us. My purpose this morning is to present to you the deliberations from Commission 1, and there are three critical issues that we're going to be focusing on. Firstly, what is the progress and providing some kind of guidance on the roadmap to improving learning outcomes? And that's the fundamental thrust of what I'm going to be talking about, is improving learning outcomes. Secondly, to strengthen the South African competency framework. I think we spoke a lot about competencies, but now we're going to take this home and develop this home-brewed, homegrown product, which we're referring to as the South African competency framework. And lastly, to assess and provide guidance on the holistic assessment of a breadth of skills, a range of skills in the basic education sector. Now, let's start with the problem statement. And I think much has been said about the status of education in South Africa. We are doing well in terms of certain educational improvements, but our outcomes remain significantly lower, and that's an important point, than those of many middle-income countries. And that's the reality we have to accept. And accepting it is just the first step. What do we do about that? Now, the lowering of learning outcomes in the early years contributes to a number of learners in the education system ending up without adequate knowledge and skills to succeed in life after school. And that, for me, is a significant challenge. And as a result, we have the unemployment crisis. But the positive is that by all evaluations, we have a world-class curriculum, but we are unable to deliver on the vision or what is contained in our intended curriculum. So then, having sketched the problem statement, what is the strategic goal moving forward? And let me reiterate, it's the improving of the attainment of learning outcomes across the schooling system. And the point I want to emphasize, colleagues, matric results are a proxy for the attainment of learning outcomes. But matric results, or the results in any test or examination, are not synonymous with the achievement of learning outcomes. And maybe that's the fundamental thrust that we need to understand. What is the difference when we talk about learning outcomes versus matric exam results? And I think as a country, 80.1% is a significant achievement by all standards. But now, what does it mean beyond the 80.1%? And that's what I want to talk about. Now, if we want to improve learning outcomes, there are 5 critical areas that we need to look at in terms of improving learning outcomes. And these 5 critical areas, firstly, the curriculum. Secondly, the assessment practices in our classroom. Teachers, the competency levels, the confidence levels, and the effectiveness of teachers in the classroom. The learning environment, which is indeed extremely challenging. And that which we may not have spoken about extensively is the learning and teaching support material, which is needed both by the teacher as well as the learner. Now, in our commission, we could not look at all 5 priorities in terms of improving learning outcomes. We focused on the curriculum and assessment. So what we're doing is providing to you, in part, proposals that will take us forward. Now, in improving learning outcomes, given the 5 priorities, what this slide does, it bullets what are some of the significant issues we need to look at in terms of the teacher, the learning environment, the LTSM, and you have that for your bedside reading. And I'm not going to be able to move in that area because of limited time. But what I want you to understand is that when we talk about curriculum strengthening must address all of these 5 areas. Now, when we talk about strengthening the curriculum, I think you've seen this slide. You need to understand it in the context of where we are in terms of our recovery plan. 2021 to 2024 is the recovery period. We then move into what we're referring to as the strengthened curriculum in 2025 and beyond, which means we have just 2024 and 2025 would be the year of implementation of what is referred to as a strengthened curriculum. So then, if we're talking about a strengthened curriculum in 2025 and beyond, what then is curriculum strengthening? And curriculum strengthening, firstly, when I use the word curriculum, I'm referring to all aspects of teaching, learning, and assessment. I'm not just referring to the curriculum statement or the CAPS document. So it's used in a much more broader context. It addresses all aspects that will impact on creating effective classrooms. And that's what we need to be looking at. How does every classroom in the country become an effective center of teaching and learning? And if we're talking about curriculum strengthening, these are some of the words that emerged from our discussion yesterday. Modernization, infusion of skills, consolidation of what we have, extraction. Extraction means removing that which may not be core and essential, and possible extension. So it's quite broad. Now, looking at outcome 1 of the 3 outcomes that we had, what is the scope of curriculum strengthening? I'm going to start by giving you a sense of what progress have we made from the last Lekgotla, because we spoke about curriculum strengthening last year already. What is the progress we've made from last year to this year? In strengthening the curriculum, what we have conceptualized during the course of 2022 is that there are 4 key areas, and you could add to it. And this is what yesterday's discussion in our commission was all about. Have we looked at the concept of curriculum strengthening extensively and holistically, and have we covered all key areas? But the 4 areas that I can mention is competency infusion, infusing skills into our current curriculum. And like we said, we have an appropriate curriculum. But what is lacking is skills, and skills are embodied in the preamble. But what we are not seeing is the skills and the thread of skills that must be implemented, taken throughout the content areas that are articulated in CAPS. So that's the competency infusion that we need to look at. We need to identify certain cross-cutting priorities like entrepreneurship, which then must be a cross-curricular topic that links up the different subjects, becomes the part of integration. Subject and content modernization, We need to look at certain subjects that need to be modernized, certain content areas, so that we in keeping with 21st century development. And I think coding and robotics is one of those areas. And lastly, timetabling. We may have to look at time allocation to the different subject areas based on the priority we think they demand in terms of moving to the new. Now, let me tell you that this commission that we had, led by our competent Mr. Basil Manuel, really triggered and engendered a lot of discussion. And I'm just going to try, and we did this together with the DBE team until late last night. These were some of the interesting issues that emerged based on what is curriculum strengthening, what is the scope. And some of the very salient points which I'm going to allude to is that we must make sure that in strengthening the curriculum, we are guided and we base our decision on sound evidence, scientific evidence. And there's a lot of evidence, a lot of research around. And I'm glad we have all our university colleagues here that are supporting us in this particular regard. Secondly, there must be extensive consultation. And what we heard already is that there's been consultation with learners, consultation with parents. The wider the consultation, the more acceptable is the product. Allow sufficient lead time, because we have been known to have not allowed for sufficient lead time in terms of piloting, teacher development, LTSM. And what is important, we must start from the foundation phase and move up. And something that we've heard from our colleagues in Africa who've gone this route is go slowly, grade by grade, phase by phase. Now, I'm not going to be able to touch on all of them. I'm just going to touch on the salient points. The other very important point is consider assessment to reverse engineer the system. You all are aware of the pull effect of assessment. Use assessment provided it replicates or reflects your curriculum intent accurately. Capitalize on COVID and the gains of COVID. COVID has really taught us that which we would have never been exposed to. And very important is an integrated approach, so that if you're a science teacher, you're not just teaching science content, but you're looking at the cross-cutting skills that are necessary. I think we spoke about the breadth and the density of our curriculum, which needs to be looked at, and fundamental to all of it. And I think we've been criticized for the fact that the 3 streams model needs to move with greater speed. We need to source greater inputs, because that is really the panacea, if I may use that word, to resolving some of the dropout rate issues and some of the non-achievement issues that we are facing with regard to the curriculum. So that was outcome 1 in terms of what is curriculum strengthening, what is the scope, and obviously you can still add to it while you ponder over these issues when you get back home. Outcome 2, we looked at a competency framework. Now this is exciting stuff, and I want you to pay very careful attention. Now, we're going the route of a competency framework, not simply because this is trending at the moment internationally. We're going the route of competencies and skills because this is what we think the country needs. Now, what has been the progress to date? And I know that slide is not very clear, but there's been a lot of consultation and appreciation to the NECT that has been assisting us with consultation in constructing a competency framework that is for South Africa. Now, in the commission discussions, we firstly articulated what is a competency framework. A competency framework is simply putting together the knowledge, skills, and attitude that we want to see in our children. And this basically summarizes in a very basic way what the move entails. It's moving from knowledge to knowledge, skills, values, character, and attitude, which is very important. Now, I'm not saying that this has not happened in some areas of schooling in South Africa. It is happening, but we need to see a greater emphasis and a greater focus on knowledge, skills, values, and character and attitude. I'm not sure how is it that I've only got 5 minutes left. I just started. I'm just warming up, okay? Now, this is a draft framework that we've come up with. And it's nothing new. You can look at it in greater detail, but what is important? We're looking at values as being the core of what we need to inculcate in our learners moving forward. These were some of the inputs coming from the Commission, which again talks about further consultation on that framework, which incorporates these 4 basic domains that are critical and very important. What we need to in some way reflect in our competency framework is an interactive perspective, that skills, knowledge do not remain in those silos, but they interact, and there must be some kind of indication that this is what we see. Now, here are the critical recommendations moving forward, and I'm going to very quickly go through these recommendations. Firstly, with regard... I did nothing. Okay, firstly, we need to strengthen the discussion in terms of issues relating to curriculum strengthening, and those are the 5 areas that we'll cover. We must finalize the competency framework. And thirdly, we must develop and implement a strategic advocacy and early communication plan to broaden consultation of all stakeholders to inform curriculum strengthening. This is a detailed action plan. Unfortunately, time won't allow me to go through the action plan in terms of those 3 recommendations. Let me then move to the assessment framework, which was the 3rd outcome. And this is about the development of the holistic breadth of skills that we need to develop. And we are really borrowing from our Kenyan colleagues who've shown us where they were and where they need to get to in terms of how do we change assessment. Now, we've come up with a possible assessment framework for South Africa. And this is merely taking all the critical skills, and the red indicates skills that we may have omitted that we need to bring back, and I'm not going to look at that. This is some of the progress we've made thus far in terms of the assessment framework. There's some exciting work done in the GET band with regard to new forms of assessment, but we're saying that this is where we're going to start with these new forms of assessment and see how that can move upward into the FET band. Recommendations in terms of assessment, we have 7 of them. Firstly, we need to develop a framework comprising the breadth of skills for assessment, which is something we've already started with. Secondly, we must extend that assessment framework so that it clearly looks at every skill that we are now bringing in. What is the implication for teachers? What is the implication for learners? What is the implication for the users, parents, institutions, the public more broadly? Thirdly, continue with piloting the new assessment skills through the GEC. And we're hoping that the GEC would be implemented in possibly the next 2 years. Phasing out, very, very important. Phasing in, rather than phasing out, an increased weighting of school-based assessment. Now, you know that we've moved from 25% in grade 10 and 11 to 40% in grade 10 and 11. But currently, we have not interfered with grade 12. Grade 12 is still regarded as sacrosanct. And we are saying that possibly by 2025, we need to increase the weighting of school-based assessment and gradually move towards a greater weighting of school-based assessment in grade 12 so that we are not driven by a high-stakes assignment. The chair just told me I'm doing a good job. She's giving me an additional 5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Okay? Develop teacher capacity on the implementation of SBA with regard to both formative and summative assessment. And our point throughout our deliberations yesterday is that the teacher is core if we want to change assessment practices. Training of teachers and officials on more efficient use of assessment. We have assessment data, but we don't think that that assessment data is used appropriately. And lastly, our higher education institutions must include these new assessment forms in their pre-service training. This is the action plan. Unfortunately, no time. And let me get to conclusion, which simply says, in all that I've spoken about, that which is the epicenter, that which is central, that which is core, that which is at the heart, is teacher development and getting our teachers to be able to be the effective innovators and implementers of change. Secondly, we need to coherently address the challenges to sustainably improve learning outcomes and not just focusing on exam results. And lastly, that which we're putting together is a long-term vision to ensure stability of the system as we incrementally transition and move to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Polia. Let's give him a very big round of applause. It's for the first time that I hear him sticking to the time. Yeah. So you can tell who's actually directing this program. Thank you, Dr. Polia. We're moving now into commission number 2. Commission number 2, which is teacher preparation, professionalism and standard setting, governance and well-being. Ms. V. Matonsi would be reporting on behalf of Commission 2. Remember, I said we're going to have all the reports back, and only at the end will we have discussions, questions, and comments. So make sure that you have your pen ready and your notepad, and you're writing your questions and comments that you want to make at that time. Let's welcome Ms. Matonsi to come and report for Commission 2. Over to you, sis.
Morning. Just allow me to say protocol observed, so that I'm not put in a very dangerous situation. You can imagine how difficult it was for this commission to actually work, because everything that was presented from the first day up till today is about teachers. And how do we strategically, as all stakeholders, assist the educators to actually give the system what needs to be given in the system? I will not read the questions. I will just go straight to the problem statement. The Commission agreed that our problem statement is that professional development is marked by the instability and incoherence between professional development environment and professional development outcomes, which are required to equip educators with 21st century skills. When we're discussing around the issue of the problem statement, what was critical was we should be looking at the contextual factors and the contextual environment where educators are for us to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And we should be able to look at what we need to bring in so that within that context, educators are able to operate. Indeed, there's much progress that has been done via a number of stakeholders. We are aware, all of us, of the technical report that the DPME has done that has shown the value and the work that we have done. I will not go through all the issues. I'll just pick particular areas. We were able, as DBE and part of the stakeholders who were reporting in here, to talk about what has been done in the system to equip educators and equip learners in terms of dealing with the 21st century framework, so that as we continue, we are able to deal with skills for the future. And there's nothing so unique than to talk about the memorandum of understanding that we have done with teacher unions, where the whole idea was to deal with the digital skills and to deal with also the skills for the changing world, where coding and robotics was done. And in this program, the collaboration has shown that when we work as a system, and when I say a system, I mean everybody who is part in the system, who is involved in education, we were able to train more educators. We were able to train over 22,000 educators in just a year. I thought you'll clap hands for the unions for that. And one issue that we were able to do as a system was to be able to implement the integrated strategic framework. You'll remember that we had a summit that was dealing with the review in 2021 that is also looking forward to look at how those recommendations will be matched with all the Lekgotlas, so that when we get to questions, we should not talk to what happened to the previous Lekgotlas, because in what we have looked at all the recommendations and check what is it that we need to do going forward. And this is a continuation of what has been done. I've talked to part of the issues, but I need to indicate two things there. We are able to develop an instrument for impact and assessment for teacher training. Effective partnership were established and it enhanced what we're doing. But what we're celebrating is that we were able to do teaching for all program that has been developed to build capacity on inclusive approaches and pedagogies. When people were talking from the first day, the issue was, how then do we deal with issues of inclusion? And this is a big win for us. Like I've already indicated, and I'm not going to repeat myself on this one, we have realized as a system is very critical for us to work in collaboration with everybody interested in education. But as we work like that, we'll always be reminded that as people bring in whatever they are bringing in order to assist, we should not forget who we are as a system and what is it that the system wants to achieve. That is what is critical and what we were discussing in this particular part. But what we talked more about was what else needs to be done, because that is very critical. For us to be able to move forward, we should be able to look at what we have not done and very quickly look at those things that we have not done. Number one is to ring-fence funding for CPD programs. I remember one speaker was saying to us, teacher development is seen as a by the way. And because of how it was introduced, teacher development is viewed even by educators, and I wanted to make a mistake, others will understand why should I say us as educators, as an additional element. Because teacher development is not put in the center. And that is what the Commission was talking about. We should not shy away from putting a timetable that deals with teacher development. That's why SACE was at pains yesterday to say the CPTD program is not working because that management program was made for teachers to take the program and teachers say, we want development and this is how we'll manage development. We'll still have this if we don't go to a point of saying enough is enough. You put teacher development in a program, in a timetable like we are putting everything else. By the way, Dr. Polia, in your curriculum, were able to teach from Sunday to Sunday. Somewhere in between, teacher take a development just to get in. Number two, we able to did further collaboration with DHET to finalize the review of Mr. Tech. We are not in charge of Mr. Tech, but Mr. Tech is influencing what we want in DBE and the outcome thereof. So the review, people were arguing yesterday to say this review is long overdue. I just hope people who are responsible and DHET is here, they will be able to commit so that we finalize, because most of the issues that were being reported to yesterday and which were being discussed are around Mr. Tech. We clean that, then we'll be able to move well as a system. But we have agreed also that as much as we had best practice, we did pilots on PLCs with particular provinces, and we want to acknowledge Gauteng on that one. They did a good, they're still busy on an online for that one. I believe Free State, I normally avoid mentioning so that I don't leave others that have done the good work around PLCs. But we did pilots that worked very well. But then we're saying in this commission, we need to go and have a dialogue and talk to a common understanding on the issues of PLCs. And we're saying we need to strengthen effective implementation of CPD programs. We've highlighted a number of issues around that. And if I don't mention this, I know I will find it difficult to go back and sit where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in the wrong space today. The DG always reminds me identity, Bonani. So I will need to say this one. Under CPD, we are saying we need to discuss, and SAYS also reminded us, we have to encourage teacher agency and also the question of autonomy. And we need to come to an understanding, how then do we do that? We're not going to represent other stakeholders on how do we achieve to that one, but it's very critical because that will assist the system to be flexible. The minute the system is flexible, you'll find that educators are able to work with ease. And at the end of the day, we are able to, as Dr. Polia will always remind us, to achieve our learning outcomes. Still part of the interventions that we have done, we need to look at. We have been talking as a system on the challenges around teacher well-being programs and psychosocial support. I'm not going to repeat what all speakers were talking to. There were speakers who were passionate around this program, and it's very critical. Because for the system to operate, you will need educators in the system who are supported. I will not go back to all the challenges that we have had during COVID. But you know, as we were talking in that commission, somebody reminded us that as a system, it's as if we were put on hold because of COVID. At one point, we did not know what to do because we were faced by a monster for the first time, the monster that we did not know whether we're going forward or what is it that we have to do. And you know, I remember, Dr. Polia, those evening meetings, how do we strategize and how do you strategize around COVID, except to give relevant resources that educators need to work with. And we want to acknowledge those stakeholders that needed us, assisted us. We're still having a challenge as a system in terms of reporting the type 3 CPTD points. People are being trained, and we want to remind everybody that is training educators that we're not getting the report. Whether it's PEDs, whether it's a service provider, so that I don't select service providers here. We're not giving that report. It is looking as if the system is not working. It's because the report is not given, and we should be giving that particular report. We're saying as a commission, we need to speed up collaborations between DBE and DHET to produce the necessary educator skills, competencies needed to support the development of educator capacity and vocational learning areas. And we're proposing, as one of the issues that we need to do, to host a roundtable that will review the report on the NTI piloted during the 2020. And by the way, there's been a move around issues of the three-stream model. Everybody from the president, we were cautioned as a system to say, we are not moving with maximum speed. So what has been done is that NECT is assisting, but we need to finalize the appointment of the specialist there. The HRD strategy is already written. That specialist has to work on that one. And we use these guiding questions to go to the last part. And I'm happy the chairperson is not coming in, and I know why. I'll tell you when I'm finished. I'll only talk to particular areas here so that I don't remind her that she has to come in. We have already put up all the strategies that we need to go into, which we have talked from the other, that we have talked to from the other areas. But what we've done with this slide was to show what is the key challenge. And we have then identified what will be the progress, because you don't know how many minutes I'm left with here. But then, and what we also did, because all these things that are here are issues that I've talked to. What is critical is what we are presenting in front of you now. Because what we are presenting in front of you is an action plan. And we know that in terms of the action plan, it involves other stakeholders. We have just proposed timelines there. These are timelines which we were told that we might be expected to review as we go forward, because we'll normally go to TDCM and other structures. But what is key that we're going to do is to quickly make it a point that we do consultation with Treasury. We know where money comes from in terms of what we want to get for the programs that I've talked to. So we have indicated what needs to be done and who has to do it. If you are not written on the stakeholders and you are key stakeholder, please don't go out of this room without indicating you have forgotten us, put us there. It's very critical. Because we will not win alone. Education is a societal matter. If we're going to move alone as a department, we're not going to make it here. So what we have done on these two last slides that I have, with the constraint of the time that I have here, is just to show the action and specific actions that people are going to do and what we need to achieve. But in conclusion, Chairperson, so that I save you time to come back, we are saying, as representing this commission is a critical commission. If we're not careful as a system, wherever we are, whether we are stakeholders or whether we are PEDs or we are other people who are sitting us here. If we don't do, number one, take care of our educators, if we don't give necessary resources, if we don't establish a working environment, the system will collapse because we need educators for this system to run. I thank you.
Let's give her a very, very big round of applause for saving us 1 minute. Yes, she managed to save us 1 minute. And as a teacher, I know the importance of timetabling so that every teacher can have their own opportunity to teach a class. So we are still within the time that's allocated, and we appreciate Commission 2 for that 1 minute. We are going to immediately go to Commission 3. Commission 3, which is on education transformation through the use of ICTs post-COVID-19. Rekhabane, and the 1 minute is not left for you, Rekhabane. And let's welcome Rekhabane to come and present on behalf of Commission 3. Just to remind you that you only have 20 minutes.
Program Director and all the HODs present here, and to all of you esteemed attendees of this 2023 Basic Education Lekgotla. Technology has permeated every aspect of our lives. It has affected how we live, how we interact, how we communicate. It has even impacted on how our children play. They don't play as you and I used to play. They lock themselves in their rooms and play using technology. It has affected how we even deal with issues of spirituality, how we worship using technology, radio, television, internet, and not only religious practices, but as well as Africanism. I've had program director on a number of radio stations, people consulting with Gogo, so and so, and even the Gogos becoming modern and using technology, some of them on Facebook. When we open, we find them there. It has spared no aspect of our lives, and it has transformed how we live. Education has not been spared. Technology has changed how we teach, how we learn, and how we assess. COVID-19 exposed the disparities that existed in terms of technological deployment and technological adoption. And that when COVID locked us in our houses, only the children of the haves were able to be assured education continuity because they had the advantage of technology. And that those who were in the far-flung areas and the children of the poor were only relegated to access to radio, and those who were fortunate to television. This commission looks at how technology can be used to ensure that we take advantage of the benefits that technology can bring into the education space. We started by looking at what the problem was that we are trying to address. And the problem that the commission agreed upon was that despite efforts to implement White Paper 7 that sought to increase access to and integration of ICT in education, the rollout of ICT strategies has been very slow and uneven between and among provinces, resulting in a digital divide among learners and teachers and hindering the effectiveness of technology-enabled learning in our schools. Ladies and gentlemen, there were a number of questions that our commission was tasked to look at. One of them was, how can basic education align its ICT strategies and interventions to ensure principles of inclusivity, access, equity, and redress to address the digital divide that I spoke about. And we agreed that we can do this by ensuring that all learners have access to reliable internet and to appropriate devices that will enable online learning. And not only online, but we also indicated that offline approaches are also welcome. We said by providing professional development, and my colleague, Ms. Mthunzi, highlighted this importance of teachers in the entire equation by providing professional development opportunities for teachers to learn how to effectively use ICT in their classrooms through trainings that are geared towards ICT integration inside of the classrooms. We agree that teachers are the differentiator and technology are the resources, and that the technology should not replace the teacher, but the teacher must be taught the best ways on how to use the available technologies that have been developed and designed to assist them. We said by developing and implementing inclusive curriculum that seeks to address the diverse needs of our learners. We spoke about, through the last 2 days, the inclination of our learners, their interests. Some of them inclined for certain subjects and certain curricular offerings, and some of them being in special needs environment. And that we say these strategies must be inclusive in nature, and the curriculum must accommodate all these learners. We said by creating an infrastructure that ensures equitable access to information and digital resources, by monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of the ICT interventions that we are implementing to ensure that they are meeting the needs of our children. The second question, colleagues, was how can the country overcome the barriers of online learning in teaching? We said by investing in infrastructure and technology to increase internet access in rural and remote areas. And we just received a presentation earlier on this morning about technologies that can be deployed in rural areas to ensure that children who are in rural spaces are not left out of the digital highway. By providing training and support, and we emphasize this, for teachers and students to adapt to online learning and teaching approaches. By developing and implementing policies that address issues of digital equity, such as providing subsidies for internet access, including discounted data bundles, and getting into lease agreements with the providers of these services so that they are able to provide them in bulk and as a result provide them cheap, including devices for low-income families. By ensuring that all students have access to the same resources and opportunities regardless of their location or socio-economic status. The third question, which was the last question that we dealt with was, what ICT policy reforms and consideration must be considered by this Lekgotla for us to provide quality education to all? We said by developing a national policy on education and ICT. In fact, we're referring to by developing a national ICT or national e-education strategy. Some provinces are already ahead and they have already developed or started the process of developing their own provincial strategies because they believe that DBE is taking forever to provide that national approach. 3, by developing inclusive curriculum, as I indicated, and by monitoring and evaluation of effective ICT interventions to ensure that they are all meeting the intended goals. And the policies must also seek to encourage public-private partnership in educational technology development. UNICEF made a comment on this, on ensuring that let's have a conversation if there's a misunderstanding around the issue of the role of business in ensuring that they support us in rolling this out, and by also taking into consideration the concerns that are raised by other stakeholders, as those concerns must not be brushed aside as well. Colleagues, we then went into developing the reporting template that was shared with us, and that the reporting template had to deal with the issues of what were the challenges and what was the progress that was made and what are the key intervention and strategies towards 2024 that we need to put in place. With regard to issues of policy, because we then identified some focal areas, and one of them was the issue of policy, which is very critical. And we said we have made progress. And the progress is that we have a draft ICT strategy that was developed that may need to be finalized or rehashed, repackaged, chopped, changed, but at the end of the day that we need to finalize it. We have other documents. Earlier on, we also saw in the presentation that was made by, I think it was Professor Roberts, or it was Professor Isaacs, I don't remember, that we also have a number of e-guidelines that were flashed there. We also have documents on e-safety, on the use of technology. So we do have this number of documents from policy point of view. What is the challenge? The challenge is that the white paper, which was developed long time ago, seems to be outdated, though still relevant. Seems outdated because it does not address some of the developments that happened after its development. Issues of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, gamification, big data, all these are the developments that happened after the white paper was written. And white paper is not speaking to these issues. So that is why we say it is outdated. But it is extremely relevant because it addresses the heart of what ICT rollout should look like. Another challenge is that there is a lack of sector plan or ICT strategy or e-education strategy that sets standards as well as targets for provinces to guide them on where we're supposed to be by when. And colleagues, some of the key intervention strategies that we need to finalize the ICT strategy. On the second focus area of infrastructure and devices, and we also warned when we spoke about devices that people confine themselves only to tablets when you talk about devices. But we say when you talk about devices, we talk about every single equipment that enables technology in the classroom. Tablets, laptops, projectors, smart boards, satellites, television, radio, every infrastructure is what we talk about here. But we know that we are very much concerned and consumed with issues of devices. What progress have we made thus far? There is a significant progress in terms of development of ICT infrastructure, including devices by provinces. Though most provinces are targeting grade 12s, but there is progress in terms of ICT device deployment. And there are different deployment models for various provinces, taking into consideration various contexts. So we have made this progress. We have also made progress in terms of collaboration in partnerships, strengthening partnerships with CETA, with the Department of Digital Technologies, with mobile network operators, with big business, MTN, Vodacom, Telkom, and many other partnerships with NECT, with many other organizations, that we have made progress in ensuring that we consult wildly and we work wildly. And some of the key interventions is that we need to take advantage of the grants that already exist, like the MST conditional grant, and that LTSM budget as well should play a very critical role in steering us in this direction. And perhaps also the infrastructure, the education infrastructure grant as well, and many other funding mechanisms that we need to take advantage of. We need to ensure greater value for money through procurement and establishment of national transversal contracts. The Commission recommended that. And the Commission also recommended that all devices provided to learners and teachers should be preloaded with open education resources that are CAPS aligned. The third focus area was around connectivity, and we say we have made progress in that majority of schools in the country are connected through the USO, and in partnership with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies and the regulator ICASA. These schools are connected at least 2 gigabytes. We agree that these speeds are only suitable for administration, but are not suitable for teaching and learning. But in this whole partnership with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, 524 schools have been connected on high-speed broadband connectivity. There are provinces like Gauteng as well as Western Cape that have also connected through their provincial broadband plans, schools to their grid, and that this is a progress that we have made. Colleagues, there are challenges still, and we say schools are unable to access online educational resources due to high cost that internet brings or takes. And we also say the number of schools connected for teaching and learning is relatively low, though 78% of schools have been connected on 2 gig. Still, this 2 gig is not suitable for teaching and learning. So schools connected as part of SA Connect are expected to pay, is a challenge. They are expected to pay 16,500 rands per month, and schools may not have this amount of monies, and schools will then be disconnected. And the key interventions provided there, I've received my notification. Colleagues, the last focus area is around digital content. We say you can have all this infrastructure. If you don't have the right content, which packages and communicates our curriculum, all the devices and all the internet that you have will not be of any help. So it's important that we need to focus on ensuring that we develop relevant content that is going to support teaching and learning, and that this content should be developed by experts, including by our teachers and our subject advisors who know more in the curriculum space than most of our colleagues who come from outside of the education department. Colleagues, we were then requested and required to come up with an action plan. In conclusion, Chairperson, the action plan details, it takes those key interventions that we spoke about to say this is what we are going to do, and then we put specific actions to each of those key interventions, and we assign the responsibility. For instance, on the issue of devices, we said specific action that needs to be taken is that we need to create an enabling environment through an up-to-date an update of an education domain, and that CETA will have to play a very critical role in this regard, and through the establishment of an education-specific transversal contract at the national level, so that provinces can leverage on this transversal contract to take advantage or to leverage on economies of scale, and that the number of players, DBE, PED, CETA, National Treasury, and the Department of Trade and Industry and Commerce should come together and work together to ensure that we do have this transversal tender. So that was just an example, but all key interventions regarding connectivity, the specific action that will be taken is that 18,520 schools are going to be connected through the SAE Connect policy. And there are the players that are reflected there. I'm aware of the time that is left, and we're speaking about broadcasting, teacher development is there, and to each of those, we put specific action, and those key role players who are supposed to ensure that those key actions are actually implemented. Program Director, I saved you some 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lekgotla. Yeah, that's not 7 minutes. I don't know. Maybe you're using an African watch. Yeah, an African watch is always behind. So you probably need a Swiss one. Thank you. Let's applaud Lekgotla for two things. First, for the presentation and for saving us a minute. Now, with the passion that he has, I never thought he can remain within the time allocated. Same with Dr. Polio. So they are doing very, very well. Thank you, Lekgotla, for representing Commission 3 so well. And I think the colleagues would indicate that you represented them very well when they come or when they get an opportunity later on. We're moving straight away to Commission 4. Commission 4, this is the group that almost slept here in this venue. I'm hoping that the report would not be taking 28 or 40 slides. And the report will be given by Mr. Bottoman. It is the Commission on Care and Support for Teaching and Learning. Join me as we welcome Mr. Bottoman to the podium to present on behalf of Commission 4.
Thank you, Program Director. Before I go into my slides, I wanted to save Program Director some 10 minutes. So we have put together last night a video that captures the problem statement, what has been done, just the essence of the commissions. And I will ask the tech team to put it up for us, please.
Every child has the right to quality education. However, of all the South African children who start school, less than half will reach matric, and even fewer will pass. Many face overwhelming obstacles that not only rob them of their right to education, but also their future. CSTL, or Care and Support for Teaching and Learning, exists to change this reality. Adopted in 2008 by all 15 SADC member states, CSTL aims to transform schools into inclusive centers of learning, care, and support, where children stay in school and thrive. In South Africa, the Department of Basic Education has identified 10 priorities for this program. Ensure that every school is rights-based, inclusive, and cohesive. Nutritional support so that no child goes hungry. Health promotion to improve health and well-being. Safety and protection from violence, abuse, and bullying. Curriculum support to ensure every child can learn. Psychosocial support to meet emotional, mental, and social needs. Co-curricular support of activities in and outside the classroom. Social welfare services, including childcare and protection legislation. Infrastructure, water, and sanitation to ensure clean, safe, and habitable schools. And material support, including school fees, uniforms, and transport. They say it takes a village to raise a child. And it will take all of us to be that village. Let's work together to change the landscape so that every child can access quality education and the bright future they deserve.
As a nation, we are confronted with very serious problems affecting our children: ongoing infections of HIV and AIDS, unplanned and unintended pregnancy, child molestation, women abuse. Let's talk about it and deal with it. It is important that we confront it as honestly as possible and as bravely as possible. Let's do it. It's good for us and it's good for our country.
As indicated, my name is Regina Mhaule, Deputy Minister for Basic Education. So as a department, we are working with other sister departments to address the issue of safety in schools. Because schools are not islands, they live in communities. So in communities, we work with stakeholders, we work with the Department of SAPS, Correctional Justice and Correctional Services, Health, Social Development, Home Affairs, Communications, many other departments. We come together as deputy ministers, we hold these road shows in all the provinces. We target areas that are affected by bullying and others, learner pregnancy, all those that are social ills.
The Davos Self-Esteem Project is on a mission to empower 250 million young people around the world with body confidence. And why is body confidence important? And so that's what we are here to do today.
We are from the Provincial FCS Office, is Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Assault in the SAPS. We are here to talk to the kids about the different options that can go into the police.
Good day, my name is Clara Ramokhopa from NYDA, National Youth Development Agency. We are having an awareness campaign organized by Department of Basic Education. Awareness campaign is on bullying, teenage pregnancy, substance abuse.
I am from African Youth Development Fund, which is AYDF in short. So today we are here just to give the learners one of our programs, which is called Kimoja. So this is a substance abuse prevention program, and it is owned by the state, which is the GDSD, the government, the social development. However, they're working with us, AYDF, to make sure that the program is being implemented.
I work at Love Life. Love Life is an NGO. It's a youth health organization that promotes a healthy lifestyle amongst young people.
From the side of the Department of Education and from the unit of the school safety, we're looking at the social ills, and we need the parental involvement. We need the stakeholder involvement as we are dealing with a lot of things. Now, from our safety side, we have the policy that we are using that is guiding us on how to deal with those social ills. We have what we call the National School Safety Framework, which is there to guide the schools on how to deal with the social ills.
At Sanka Lekgotla, we offer services that is inpatient services and then outpatient. And then Sunpark in Lekgotla is the only rehab that can rehabilitate people, being the adult and the youth.
My name is Lerato Ramagaga. I'm from the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management. We are here to support the school safety campaign, which is something that we do at our department. We have a program called School Safety. We come here to talk to learners about issues of crime and crime prevention.
I cry when I'm hurt, because to feel is to be human. I pledge to be more open about my emotions.
Real men stand against gender-based violence.
In a violent situation, there is power in walking away. I will not take part in fights at school.
I am a victim of violence. I too will not be ashamed to report violence and abuse.
My name is Katuchelo Ramanala, and I'm a grade 9 student at Rosefield Technical High School. The Girls Talk in the Year of Charlotte Maxeke Initiative is a great way to ensure that girls recognize their brilliance, abilities, and their potential to reign supreme. In due time, instead of celebrating the Day of the Girl Child, I hope to celebrate a Day of the Child, where we celebrate the greatness that lies inside our children without gender roles. Thank you.
CSTL, care and support for teaching and learning.
Okay, thank you so much. So that video really captures the essence of the discussions in Commission 4, and I've covered almost like 9 slides within that 7 minutes. Retlaban, I used ICT to compress my time. So I'm going to move straight into the Commission questions. Some of the things that we discussed in the Commission were around how we are able to pull together a much more coordinated approach in the implementation of the operational framework of care and support for teaching and learning. And so the questions that we asked were, what do pillar leads need to do differently to strengthen the use of CSTL as a sector-wide planning framework at the national, at the provincial, and at the school level? What systemic enablers must be strengthened to enable the institutionalization of care and support, as well as the child and youth agency framework to universalize CSTL schools to ensure we build agency for sustainable inclusive development? What steps should be taken to action these steps or these measures? And we also asked a critical question. Having put together all the mechanisms that we have established in our education system, is the sector ready now for a full scale-up of comprehensive sexuality education? How do we engage and involve parents, community members, and religious leaders and groups, school administration and partners to optimize the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education? How to ensure that comprehensive sexuality education, therefore, resources of CSE reach the end beneficiary, which is the teachers and the learners, and how we work better with our stakeholders like the South African Police Services to ensure that we address the issue of violence in schools. And so, colleagues, one of the things that we have then agreed to do as the Commission is to look at the CSTL conceptual framework that we have at the moment, which seems to be outdated. It just does need to take into consideration some of the landscape shifts that have happened in basic education in as far as care and support is concerned. And we understand that there are still some people sitting in this room who are hearing about this operational framework for the first time. It means then that we need to do a little bit more advocacy around it to ensure that not only are we raising awareness about it, but also are building a knowledge base, scholarly, about it, so that there is research output that comes out of it, and that we do have evidence-based practice that backs up the work that we do in care and support for teaching and learning. And also looking at child participatory approaches. As I think somebody yesterday was asking, have we asked children themselves what they want and how they want these things to be delivered for them? We want to strengthen a little bit more on how we engage with young people and children so that they become the voice of the solutions that are set out to sort out their problems, as well as how we then deal with the escalating violence incidents in schools. We know that it's continuing to happen in spite of the National School Safety Framework, as well as the school-based crime prevention program that is implemented between ourselves and the South African Police Service. So, towards the scale-up of comprehensive sexuality education, in answering the question as to whether we are ready for the full scale-up, what we are comfortable with as the Commission is that we've done all there is to be done in terms of setting up the system for the implementation of comprehensive sexuality education. And that includes, and I think we've already dealt with the ideological and philosophical issues. We agree that this program is centered around child protection and dealing, or rather preventing, early sexual debut, HIV infections, early unintended pregnancies, gender-based violence, particularly school-related gender-based violence. So there are a lot of things that have happened. We've conducted a pilot on this program. We've made sure that it is institutionalized. Now, with the addition of Northern Cape as one of the focus provinces, Ms. Marais, we are now comfortable that all 9 provinces have done their training of trainers and training of teachers. DBE implementers have also been capacitated on the ground. So there is institutional capacity for basic education to be able to deliver on this. We've done training, we've done advocacy materials that is linked to it, and we now have quite a wide partner footprint that assists us to implement this program. Now, we are saying that we are ready for scale-up. We want to work directly with districts through provincial education departments, of course, to ensure that those provinces and districts that still find difficulty in putting in place implementation interventions, we want to work with them and support them so that they're able to take this work forward. Also, we are going to be working with provinces to ensure that they also have a voice in helping us understand what these landscape shifts in care and support have been. Because we know that initially the care and support for teaching and learning framework was designed to respond to HIV in the basic education sector. But now the care and support landscape has shifted. We've got climate change issues, we've got issues of diversity, we've got issues of sexual abuse and harassment, we've got a number of issues, including how we need to incorporate the participation of children in these interventions. My colleague who was in Commission 2 also indicated that whilst teachers are supposed to be agents of change in as far as care and support is concerned, we also recognize that they are also beneficiaries of care and support. And so all of those considerations would need to be taken into account when we're looking at the revision of the conceptual framework for CSTL. Because we want to build knowledge base and we want to ensure that there is more advocacy and understanding of what we need to do or what we are intending to do with this operational framework, we want to ensure that the institutions of higher learning and research institutes work with us so that we're able to do more research on care and support for teaching and learning, so that we are in a position that we are able to use strategies and interventions that are backed by evidence that comes from this. Of course, we're taking into consideration the issues of interdepartmental research collaborations, because we understand that CSTL research is not only an area of focus for education, but it is also, we could also benefit from research that comes from other sectors. And so all of this would need to be coordinated by the establishment of a UNESCO chair that will assist us to take this work forward. The Ubuntu Youth Leadership Program, so that we're able to infuse the principles of Ubuntu within the framework of youth leadership. And here we're looking at representative councils of learners and other learner formations that are meant to take forward issues of leadership and advocacy and activism and active citizenry amongst young people. And we are also looking at ensuring that we improve our response to school safety and school safety needs in schools, particularly rapid responses in schools. We always pick up on these issues of school safety as they come out on social media. We want to be able to do our own monitoring and our own rapid response and rapid reporting of cases, so that we work together with sectors that work with us in this space, so that they support us in taking this work forward. We are also very aware that in some of your schools, there are schools that are still administering corporal punishment, and we want to reiterate the standpoint of the government that corporal punishment has been banned. Lastly, I've already spoken about the scale-up of CSE. I'm not going to go into detail right now, but just to say that at the center of it all is teacher education, teacher training, teacher development, because they are the key agents of taking the work forward. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, you saved us some few minutes. No, just 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. But 3 minutes is very, very important, and it's a long time. Yeah. Let's give Mr. Botman and his commission, Commission 4, a very big round of applause and appreciate the use of technology. So we are learning. And indeed, through that, we were able to save some few minutes. Allow me to invite Ms. Khadebe for Commission 5. She has 20 minutes. Remember to use those pads on your table. They've been paid for. The pens there, they've been paid for. Make sure that you use them, because after Commission number 5's report, we are then going to go into questions, comments, and discussions. I've been wondering why people were using, things like their hands, and I seem to be forced to do the same. Join me and we welcome Ms. Khadebe to the podium to report on Commission 5, Foundations for Learning, Getting All Learners to Thrive. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm presenting on behalf of Commission 5. So I'm really hoping that we'll be able to get through all the key issues that we raised in our commission yesterday. We got into quite a robust conversation, so you'll see in the slides just how comprehensive the conversation got in our commission. And maybe just to start us off is really framing the current context that we are in South Africa, and that's really looking at the problem statement. And I think for us, what was critical was the framing that was shared by our colleagues during the Lekgotla, which is really thinking about how do we improve learning outcomes, specifically around literacy and numeracy, as well as closing the equity gap, because we know in South Africa, we're dealing with high levels of inequality, which have a significant impact on the learning outcomes of our children. This is across early learning as well as in the foundation phase. So for us, we really wanted to focus on where should children be thriving. So we spoke about schools, households, and communities. And then we also spoke about, well, what will it take in order to get us there? And one of the key aspects that we focused on was on coordinated and collective leadership. So what that meant for us is really thinking at a systems level. So thinking about how do we work with partners horizontally as well as vertically. So thinking about DBE, Department of Social Development, Department of Transport, Department of Health, all of those intersecting key players who have an impact on the lives of our children. Because ultimately what we're committed to seeing is seeing our children thrive. And then of course, also supporting the key players who are playing an active role in shaping the lives of our children. So for us, that's teachers in schools, that's practitioners in early learning programs, as well as parents and caregivers. But we also acknowledge that we've come quite far. There's a lot of progress that has been made. And for us, where we really rooted that conversation was in the strong policies that we have that shape and direct the actions that we take. So thinking about the National Curriculum Framework, the National Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, for example, the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy, as well as our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, the NDP. These are all documents that really inform our strategies in this space. However, we also acknowledge that even with having such progressive policies, there are gaps and opportunities where we can improve the work that we're doing in this space. So for example, some of the key elements that we elevated where we saw an opportunity to do critical work was in really thinking about we do have strong policies, but how have we identified policies that specifically target the reading gap in South Africa? One of the key issues that was raised in this floor was CAPS, and thinking about how CAPS as a curriculum is really focused on assessment and curriculum, but not necessarily a reading policy. So what does that mean for the work that we're doing? But then we also acknowledge that this work and this journey that we're embarking on isn't just for the DBE. Right? This is for the whole of South Africa. All of us should be invested in the success of our children. So for us, what that meant was really thinking about how do we leverage public-private partnerships in order to build a social compact for early learning in South Africa. This includes civil society as well. And then ultimately, we also wanted to acknowledge how important data has been in really shaping the conversations that we've been having. So for example, we thought about what has key data projects that the DBE has supported. For example, the Thrive by 5 and the 2021 ECD census. And then we'll speak about how these research projects have really been part of informing the interventions that we'll be recommending today. One other aspect that we did want to highlight, leading on from that problem statement, is really thinking about this example, and I think this really sort of frames the way that we thought about the work of our commission. So if we take the example of accessing reading materials, we acknowledge that in South Africa, and I think a lot of colleagues have spoken about it, is the gap that exists for children who are coming from rural areas, schools where there aren't enough reading materials. How do we close that gap? So one thing that we looked at, for example, is thinking about what's the role of libraries? What's the role of the NGO book supply sector, thinking about distribution. We know that we have significant programs such as, WordWorks, Nalibali, Fundawande, who are playing a critical role in that space, but how do we support them? And so for us, one way that we thought about that was thinking about how do we reach the 16 million children who should be accessing resources and materials that support their reading journey. So we thought about how do provincial education departments ring-fence funding, particularly around the procurement of books at the foundation phase, as well as thinking about who do we then talk to within DBE to expedite revising the catalogs related to that. So I think for us, this is sort of the approach that we took. And this is just a snapshot of the way that the conversation unfolded in our commission. I'm not going to go through the questions because I think that in the slides where we unpack the key interventions and what we'll be focusing on in 2023, 2024, and 2025, that these questions will be framed. First, to start off, is really looking at the interventions and strategies that we believe will really shift the work that we're doing in this space. So we first started off looking at the National Curriculum Framework. For us, it was really about ensuring that young children receive quality early learning. My colleague yesterday, who was speaking on the panel Early Learning, focused on how we actually lose significant gains when we don't invest in ECD and when we don't invest in the foundation phase. And I think that's critical because a key part of what we've been talking about over the last 3 days is not just only focusing on the matric results, but really understanding what is the journey that children in the South African education system walk and how do we support them and invest at the very beginning where we know that we can reap the greatest rewards. Second to that was acknowledging then that we need to increase access to early learning programs. We know that in South Africa, about 1.5 million children between the ages of 3 to 5 do not have access to early learning. So what that means is that we need a coordinated and managed ECD system supported by evidence-based decision-making that can ensure that we're able to reach the targets set by the NDP, which is really universal access to early learning by 2030. And then, of course, this goes to the collaboration and thinking about how do we work together piece that I spoke about earlier. So that's really thinking about how do we have an integrated framework for the delivery of ECD. So really working cross-sectorally, thinking about the government departments that play a role in ensuring that our children succeed and being able to hold each other to account around the key priorities that are significant and matter for children. Related to that was really thinking about how do we support the practitioners who are really at the center of delivering quality learning in early learning programs. So for us, it was thinking about expansion and development of the early learning workforce, a development of a human resource development plan to support our practitioners, increasing training opportunities, leveraging funding from CETAs, as well as acknowledging that our practitioners are not coming from a blank space. They do have experience in learning that needs to be recognized through, for example, the recognition of prior learning. And then, of course, we also spoke about nutrition. In the Thrive by 5 report, it was indicated that 1 in 4 children who are attending early learning programs in South Africa are malnourished. And what the assessments in the Thrive by 5 showed is that those children were falling far behind their peers in achieving key learning outcomes. So what that means for us is that when children are in school, when children are in early learning programs, they should be accessing nutrition. So for us, we said that we really want to focus on finding ways that we can improve nutrition provision specifically in early learning programs. And then, of course, we spoke about literacy as well as numeracy. So for us here, it's really about growing the reading culture in South Africa and ensuring that those spaces where children are accessing reading materials are well resourced. So we thought about campaigns that already exist, that are led by government as well as civil society, that need to be amplified. For example, DBE's 1 million storybook project, as well as work that is led by partners that I mentioned earlier. But then we also spoke about key issues such as setting targets to increase the quantum of resources that are available at the foundation phase. We also spoke about the need to improve digital infrastructure so that more children do have access to these materials that are so critical. And then we also spoke about weak reading outcomes. We know that in South Africa, about 80% of our children cannot read for meaning by the time they get to grade 3. And what does that mean? So that means that we need to change the curriculum for foundation phase so that teachers are actively engaging with ways that they can equip young learners and know how to teach them to read, and specifically focusing on how do we support them in that journey. Is that reading coaches? How do we strengthen that system? And then we also looked at numeracy, specifically pre-numeracy, and thinking about the commitments that the DBE has made in the space, such as the ministerial project, the Year for Mathematics. What we highlighted there was increasing parental involvement in stimulating pre-numeracy skills, the development of supportive systems for numeracy, empowering practitioners and teachers as they are the key agents of change. And I think that's a key theme that's come up today in some of the feedback that we've received from our other commissions. And then in terms of with these bold goals that we've set for ourselves, then what is the actual action plan for the year ahead? So there's a couple of things that we've identified. I know that there's a lot going on in the slide, but we're going to really pull out the key elements that we think are critical for us to take away for today. So the first is an integrated cross-sectional approach and plan across government departments that involve civil society, government departments, local government, parents, and children. We cannot emphasize this enough that we cannot do this alone. The success of our children fundamentally depends on all of our society being invested in ensuring our children succeed. So for us, some of the key elements that we want to be looking at in that respect is the passing of the Second Children's Amendment Bill, reviewing the norms and standards, as well as regulations around the registration of ECD or early learning programs. And then we also looked at how do we ensure that young children receive quality early learning. And where we focused on there was really thinking about how do we support the practitioners who are working in this space. So some of the specific actions that we highlighted was the development of a human resource plan, thinking about encouraging teaching assistants to consider ECD as a career, thinking about how do we audit ECD training programs to ensure quality. And ultimately, the big goal that we will be looking at there is an approved human resource development plan. Alongside that, as we've consistently mentioned, is ensuring that we have developed a properly resourced and coordinated and managed ECD system. So what that means for us is ensuring that we have additional funding for the ECD sector. So this includes the subsidy, but a whole host of other state funding that we can leverage to advocate for children, strengthening intergovernmental relations, reviving the National Interministerial Committee. And I think what we wanted to highlight there is we know that these are spaces where government is engaging with key stakeholders and important work is happening there. How do we strategically position that? Strengthening the transparency of the National Interdepartmental Committee. And part of the key aspects that we'll be looking at there is submitting funding proposals to National Treasury and then establishing working relations with COCTA and SALGA. And then, of course, what I mentioned earlier is the key issue around nutrition. So developing a nutritional support initiative for ECD. So this means supporting the expansion of nutrition support in early learning programs, conducting research that is evidence-based that can support this argument, as well as increasing funding nutrition in the sector. So for us, really, it's emphasizing on the research that we're wanting to drive in this space, as well as then submitting key proposals to Treasury to advocate for this work. And then, of course, coming back to literacy, what are the key things that we want to do over the next few years? So the first is campaigns and programs to advocate for reading as an enjoyable experience and promoting reading in the home language. So we recognize that one of the key issues that emerged during our commission was really how do we get caregivers reading to children in their first language? And what would that mean for some of the educational outcomes that we could potentially shift based on the research that we've seen emerging in this space? So for us, we wanted to see that being emphasized. And then we also wanted to increase the supply of reading materials, which I've mentioned earlier. And some of the key, I suppose, advocacy pieces of work that we'll be looking at in that space is the National Reading Barometer that's really going to be highlighting what is the status of reading in South Africa. And then we also wanted to improve digital infrastructure in order to allow for access to these resources. So we recognize that there's a couple of key actors that we need to engage with. For example, DTI, ICASA, mobile operators who are part of the solution. And then, of course, we also wanted to look at the curriculum, practitioners, as well as then how do we allow all of this to work together. So with reference to the curriculum, we really wanted foundation phase learners, foundation phase teachers, to allow them to be adequately equipped through their own training and development in order to fully participate in improving literacy in classrooms. So for us, that was recognizing that we need to work with universities in order to think about how do they train educators. So the key actors that we identified there was recognizing that we do need a stronger collaboration between the CHE, DHET, the Dean's Forum, and all of this work being driven by Branch T, which is responsible for teacher development within the DBE. And then, of course, this theme of empowering practitioners agency was really something that we thought would be key for unlocking some of the opportunities in the numeracy space. So again, here we wanted to work with universities, but specifically we recognize that who would we be looking at to drive this piece of work would be the DBE, but specifically math, science, and technology to lead and influencing and also bringing provincial education departments to the table as well. And then one of the key aspects that we thought was really critical in the conversations that we had was acknowledging that we need to have a seamless transition from ECD to the foundation phase. I think what was critical for us has been the function shift to DBE, and I think that was something that we spoke about, but we recognized that how do we build on that momentum? And some of the key things that we spoke about there was ensuring that we increase the number of children who have access to ECD, thinking about how do we support quality ECD delivery, as well as ensuring that as we're talking about the seamless transition, we're also thinking about inclusive education. One of the speakers brought it up today, thinking about how do we ensure that learners with special needs or learners with disabilities are also catered for in our strategic thinking. And then, of course, we also wanted to emphasize, again, increasing access to books and foundation phase learning. And I think this is an issue that we kept coming back to because we recognize that literacy and numeracy are connected. We really can't have one without the other. If we want to see the kinds of shifts in learning outcomes in South Africa, we really have to center those two critical aspects. And for us, really there was thinking about how do we ensure that funding is ring-fenced for that? How do we ensure that we have adequate support and training for educators, as well as ensuring that those reading materials are available at the provincial level. So there we identified that the foundation phase, as well as LTSM and provincial education departments would be responsible for driving that work. And then I think I'm at the end of my presentation, but I think the final thing that I really did want to say that I think was critical that came up in our commission was really this commitment to ensuring that our children thrive. A lot of work has been done over the last couple of years to advance early learning as well as foundation phase. How do we build on those successes? So even though we identified some really key challenges, but I think what came out of the conversation yesterday is really driving a national agenda and building a social compact around supporting children to thrive in our schools so that when we come back next year, we're actually continuing to tell the story around changing the lives of South African children. What was amazing was on the first day, the minister and the president really spoke about how we need to center the child in the work that we do. And I think that came through as quite a strong theme in the commission. For anything that I haven't covered, I know that the commission members will also speak to it as we get into the reflection session. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Yeah, we have saved some 3 minutes. Let's appreciate that presentation from Commission 5 on Foundations for Learning, Getting All Learners to Thrive. I at first thought, why was this commission not Commission 1? You know, but the fact that it presented last, it does make sense, so that as we take this discussion, all the recommendations about our young ones are still fresh in our minds. Let's give Commission 5 a very big round of applause. We are indeed trying to recover time. We still are 30 minutes behind schedule, but we are going to use the 30 minutes to take discussion on what has been presented to us by the collective minds of all of us in the different commissions. I'm not going to speak to each commission, but I'm going to allow a number of hands, and you will indicate which commission you are referring to. And the rapporteurs are here, and some of the members of the commissions, not even some, the members of the commissions are also here, and they will be able to respond to the questions. It doesn't have to be questions only, it can also be comments that we have on what we have just heard. Probably this is something that has revived us, you know, as we were thinking of leaving the system, and we're recommitting to say, no, it's not yet time for us to leave, because there are exciting things that are coming in the system. So I'm going to allow 8 hands. 8 hands. I'm going to allow 8 hands. That's my first round. And that would then be influenced by the time available. As I've indicated that we have 30 minutes. We're taking 8 hands first, and thereafter we will then have responses. After the responses, we'll see if we still have additional time, and then we'll take the next round. Yeah, now I must use my, maybe umbrella. No, this one is late. I'm going to start there. Number 1, number 2. Now you can all be raising it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's 5 there. I'm going to come back to you later because your hand went up later. Oh, 6, 7 there, 8, okay, 9, and 10 with you. I've reconsidered, yeah, 10 with you. Yes, those are the 10 hands that I have. The 10 hands that I have. I'll still take another round. And please, if your issue has been mentioned, just indicate that we should pass so that we can afford the other colleagues to come through. Let's take the question from the first colleague there.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Jacques van Zuidam. I'm with the National Population Unit, which is located in the Department of Social Development. Mine is probably more a remark, but maybe the rapporteurs can respond to it as well with reference to Commissions 4 and 5. Both the CSTL that Commission 4 dealt with, as well as in the report of Commission 5 on the need to collaborate with COCTA and SALGA in the ECD program implementation, quite a sort of number of areas have been raised where other government departments need to be involved as well for the program or the policy to really work effectively. And so where I want to go with my remark is with reference to the district development model, which has been mentioned once or twice, but not very much. The reason why I'm raising the district development model is because what we've seen last year in the quality assurance evaluations of the District 1 plans has been that the contribution of social sector departments like basic education, like social development and health and so on, has usually just been on infrastructure that's being planned, you know, so schools that are planned to be built, etc., etc. But virtually no contributions have been made into any one of the district plans with reference to the developmental process and the resource allocations that are needed and that have to be coordinated between departments in order to ensure that the ongoing investment in people take place within districts. Now, that is quite a strong recommendation that was carried through the report on the evaluation of the district development model progress at the end of last year. And what I think one should, with reference to particularly the recommendations that the two commissions made, is that one should develop a kind of a sort of guideline or a framework that would assist our officials from all our social sector departments at district level to understand these are the kinds of things that I need to raise and submit into the engagements that lead to the development of the District 1 plan, so that departments know what are the investments that they need to make in order to support the initiatives of basic education. And obviously, I mean, in that way, one would probably be able to achieve quite a lot of resource efficiency to make many of these programs work at the district level. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and very apologies for taking so long. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also want to plead with all the other colleagues, let's just be conscious of the time that we have. The colleague number 2, yes.
Good morning, my name is Shirley from the NECT. My question is around alignment. So understandably, to manage the complexity of the breadth and scope of everything that we're talking about, we have these different commissions. A concern that came up for me in the feedback was that whilst there's an emphasis on curriculum strengthening and a competency framework and breadth of skills in assessment and curriculum, so we're starting to see alignment between curriculum and assessment in terms of progress and plans and priorities for 2023. But we don't see that necessarily in the teacher development and professionalization feedback and priorities. Just wondering what the next steps are to start looking at coherence across some of the priorities of the different commissions.
Thank you. Let's take number 3.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's Harun Mohammed, WCED Curriculum. It's related to Commission number 1. Firstly, thanks for all the comprehensive work that has been done. If you look at the scope of what is being recommended there, about 65 to 70 subjects that we need to strengthen. It's taken us 2 years to develop the framework for strengthening. And so what we want to suggest is that the capacity for doing all of the work that is being recommended in the commissions, as well as the mechanisms, need to be added to the action plan. So the mechanisms, for example, is would the subject committees be doing all of that work, and are the subject committees sufficiently capacitated? Thank you.
Thank you, Harun. Let's take number 4. Still number 4 is this side.
So responding to inputs that were made by Commission 2 and Commission 4, Berenice Daniels, Inclusive and Specialized Education Support, WCD. So learners require educational and emotional support and a conducive learning environment. But teachers, well, they're expected to have agency and autonomy to be supportive, but sometimes they too need educational and emotional support. So they can't pour from an empty cup. And so learner and teacher well-being are interdependent. If they are not feeling grounded, our teachers, if they're not feeling calm, if they're not feeling appreciated by us as officials, but also by parents and broader society, it affects the classroom culture. It affects learner behavior. So learning gets affected. So I think teachers and all of us need to understand that connection. So we've heard a lot over the last few days about social and emotional learning. And it's not only for learners. It's also needed for teachers so that they understand. There are many excellent courses, online courses. There's a UNESCO online course for social emotional learning for teachers and classrooms. And I'm pleased to say that in our teacher development unit called the CTLI, we're also offering that for teachers. So just moving on to Commission 4. It spoke about CSTL for teaching and learning. And so as that framework is being reviewed, let's not neglect care and support for teaching and learning. We've got to prevent teacher burnout. We've got to have enthusiastic teachers that want to be in the profession and not become despairing and despondent and wanting to leave. They came into the profession excited, enthusiastic, and we need to keep up that morale. Then just talking about intersectoral collaborations, which the framework also speaks about, there are lots of disparate governmental, non-governmental interventions. But I think what we're needing is a more coherence and also in our planning and thinking, improving educational outcomes for the whole child, not only academic outcomes, but so that our learners become citizens, caring citizens, compassionate citizens, and so on. Just lastly to say, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, as many of the participants have indicated. We have all the policies and the frameworks, and I want to just come back to saying once again that care and support for teaching and learning provides the framework, but I think that education needs to be the lead agency, and we need to make sure that we bring in all the other government and non-government
I'm
initiatives.
getting a disturbance
Thank you.
from this side. Can I request all of us to focus on the discussions in the House? Thank you. I also want to reiterate again that let's also be conscious of the time that we have at our disposal. Number 6?
Number 5.
No, number 5, yes.
So, Chairperson Sigamani Naika, Western Cape Education Department. I think the CSTL program is a very useful program for the South African context. And it actually should be contextualized within Education White Paper 6 and the emergence of ECD. So you can't separate these things. But you know, our problem in this country is that we have more working class schools than middle class schools. And the middle class narrative dominates the schooling environment. And so if you do an assessment of the conditions in our schools, the majority of the schools, the problems identified by the CSTL presentation highlights those issues. And so we need to impose that narrative across the education system. Because the system that we inherited, I don't think we've lost it. I think we still are victims of old theoretical frameworks and assumptions about education, which are not relevant to the majority of the schools. So we are reproducing the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigamoni. We're moving to number 6. I think number 6 is now on the side.
Good morning, Program Director and all colleagues assembled. I'm from the Governing Body Foundation, and I just want to note, I think, a major omission from today's and the previous days' gatherings and the commission. So everything I say applies to all 5 commissions, that most of what we've spoken about has been very high level and quite advanced in terms of aspirational thinking. But the school is the site at which all of this happens. And I do believe that we have left out leadership, that everything that happens at the school under the leadership of the principal and the school governing body. And we have not addressed anything to do with the school governing body here. And it's the 3rd largest group of elected people in the country. Each school has an elected body. And what the SGB does determines so much of what happens in all the schools of all types. And what we are aiming to achieve through all these 5 commissions The SGB has the responsibility of supporting all of that, and it needs to be part of our discussion. And similarly with the school principal, we talk about delivery of the curriculum. I think that's a really bad word. It's not Checkers 60 minutes. You cannot order something and then expect it to be delivered as you ordered. It's a process, and the principal is the leader of how that's going to happen in the school. And I think we need to pay more attention to instructional leadership, and we did not talk much about that in the teacher development story in that commission. I think we have to work much harder at a development of the principal as instructional leader. Great harm was done when a principal was reduced to the school manager, and we kept on being referred to as managers. A principal is to be much, much more. So I would like in next year's Lekgotla to please make a commission that deals with principals as leadership, the school governing body as the support structure for the implementation of everything that we've spoken about at the site. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm still getting some disturbances. I'm still getting that. Can we quickly move to number 7? Remember, we still have other colleagues that are attending virtually. I still need to give them an opportunity to also ask questions. Can we move to number 7?
Yes, thanks. I'm Lanley Simpson from the Department of Science and Innovation. My comments relate to the one run by Rufus and the ICT one. Firstly, a lot of what was presented about the curriculum relates to things like competency, timetabling, skills assessment, and it sounds more like a management or organizing framework. What tends to be missing is things like critical theory. Where do we deal with issues of crap detection, commodification within the social system of the schools, stratification of kids, appraisal processes that include both assessment and evaluation that are both a normative, formative, and summative process. How do we deal with the social construction of knowledge in relation to the way learners actually think? Those kind of issues are not dealt with in the strengthening of the curriculum component. And lastly about that is the issues of intersectionality, which links with the last commission. With respect to the issues of ICT, we must be wary about thinking that digitization is the panacea or the mechanism to solve all our problems. One must remember that these devices are a product of a military-industrial complex. They have the value system attached to that. How do we actually break that and transform or subvert that in relation to the things that we want? If we want to decolonize the process of the internet and these technologies, one must think of the fact that two key components of colonization was slavery and misogyny. Slavery actually is actually being enhanced today by digital systems and human trafficking. Misogyny in the dark web and all its mechanisms are actually there. How do we in fact deal with the issues today? In effect, we need to build a human skills value chain that connect from the school system into the actual university system and all the way through, as well as TVET colleges. I was attended a presentation 2 days ago in which, in fact, we're finding that the numbers are declining. We used to have a lot of postgraduate students from other parts of Africa. Those numbers are declining now. Those students don't want to come here. They're, in fact, going to other countries. We need to actually deal with those issues because the value chain is not, in fact, supplying the kind of skills and capabilities that our economy needs.
Thank you, thank you. Let's move to number 8.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Hendrik Makaneta. I'm from the Foundation for Education and Social Justice. The third speaker has already spoken about one of the issues that I wanted to talk about, that of learners who need psychosocial support as well, because we agree that support must not just be academic, but they also need support. So I'm not going to elaborate on that. I'm just going to speak about Commission 3. The presenter spoke about the need to give access to resources so that all learners should have access to the same resources. And now, given the experiences that we have with government, we have come to realize that government alone may not be able to provide all of these resources that are really required and needed so desperately by our learners. And we always say that the private sector must also come on board. And now, I'm thinking that if you look at the skills development levy, which is paid by the employers, by different companies, perhaps the DBE can take a decision to make a proposal either to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education in Parliament with a view to collaborate with other departments to make sure that this skills development levy is amended with a view to put in place an additional 1%. And so that if employers can pay that additional 1%, this money can be ring-fenced with a view to use it to assist our learners, particularly those that are found in rural areas, poor communities, as well as township schools. We saw for ourselves during COVID how we struggled with the issue of the online teaching and learning. The majority of learners who could participate in online learning and teaching were mainly those who come from private schools where their parents have the necessary resources to buy gadgets and so on. So that is just a proposal that we are making. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Okay, we noted the proposal. Let's take number 9. I know there are 2 colleagues that are fighting over number 9. I'm not sure if it means something in Fafi. Okay.
Thank you so much. No, Chair, my question relates to Commission 2 in the main, but the central question.
District Director. Okay.
Yeah. In advancing in the teacher development, Chair, what I want to check is whether as we advance teacher development programs, are we divorcing the issue of teacher development from the issue of teacher training? Because I want to believe that all of us cannot proudly say that the current dispensation on teacher production is yielding the desired results and more beneficial to the system. Because the current dispensation then requires that from time to time, we must go and strengthen issues of teacher development. In which case, I want to believe other resources could have been spent somewhere, but due to the poor quality of teacher production, then we are faced with a problem. And for as long as we tend to want to egg walk on the issue of teacher production, then we will forever have problems in terms of the quality of the teacher that is getting into the classroom. What then are the best mechanism in engaging with higher education in ensuring that at least the teacher, the kind of a teacher that we get is a teacher that is fit for pupils. But in the current form, I want to believe all of us can answer in the negative in terms of teacher development. Then lastly, on the issue of ICT, Chair, we are very glad that we are rolling out ICT. But the central question is, as we roll out ICT, which is a good program, how do we deal with issues of security? Because what I've observed is that we are faced with a South African problem. And the South African problem currently is that there's no respect for schools and the resources that are in schools, such that communities are easy to target schools in terms of break-ins and take out all necessary requirements for ICT, which is very good. But for as long as we continue not to have security in terms of the ICT programs and resources, then we'll forever have schools that continue not to have the right access and the quality access that we're talking about. How do we deal with that in terms of security issues? Thank you so much.
Thank you, number 9. The second, number 9.
Good morning. My name is Sianda Sikwe. I am for Naga, Mokwa, and more importantly for Mohato School for Autism. I have 2 comments and a question. The first comment would go to, I'm happy with all the developments that will be put, the improvements that will be done towards education. I'm happy for my normal child. For a lack of a better word, I'll say normal child, which is in grade 8. Then my autistic child is the one I'm worried about. It is quite unfortunate that today we can all agree that the special needs education has not been given the attention it requires thus far. Hence, we must all agree that an immediate acceleration action is imperative in changing the status of our special needs education. They also need to be part of this 21st century skills we're talking about. And talking to transition from school to work, I'm also worried for our kids with special needs. I have lesser hope that our schools will ever produce work-ready individuals at the rate that we're going about our education in those schools. But today, I choose to take a positive note to parents and teachers of special needs kids. I will bring renewed hope to them when they have lost hope on DBE systems. I will tell them, hold on, help is coming. And the question goes to Commission 5, Ms. Khadebe. It's about nutrition again, and specifically nutrition in special needs schools. We're dealing with kids with sensory processing disorders that leads to textural issues. They have particular foods that they like, they have this. I would like to ask, what provision have been made to cater for our kids? Because they also have developmental deficiencies, they have underdeveloped muscles. They present with all these problems, and we're looking up to the government and education department to help us with nutritional and needs for these kids also. So the question is, what provision do you have for this kind of nutrition? Thank you.
Thank you. We're taking number 10.
Thank you very much. My name is Dipolelo Tema, and I'm from Sanase. Our interest is in the education of learners with special educational needs. And I've got 2 inputs, and they go to Commission 2 and Commission 5. While I appreciate that whatever that has been discussed, it's for all learners, but I want to flag the gray area or a group of learners who are more vulnerable, in my opinion. And these are learners with hearing impairments. I'm going to give a little bit of a background. These children are born, most of them from the families of hearing people. And therefore, there is little or no communication, which results in underdevelopment in terms of language and cognitive development. You have a school in one province which admit these children at age 3, so that they are able to bridge this gap and provide training to their educators through institutions of higher learning to support the children. Provide DTAs in the classrooms with very few learners as required by SASL CAP's policy. You have another school in another province in the same country which admit these children at 10 years with teachers without sign language skills in the classrooms, without this deaf teaching assistants. Now you can see that this problem cannot be left to provinces because it looks like some are on autopilot. So I'm making two comments. Two inputs. One, we need immediate introduction of pre-grade R classes in all deaf schools in the country so that we can navigate and mitigate this learning gap. And secondly, teacher trainings. It's very urgent for teachers who are teaching deaf children so that there's no class that has a teacher without sign language skills, which is like you putting a teacher in a Sepedi class who is Afrikaans, which doesn't make sense. So we request that let's facilitate urgently this teacher training for these learners, these teachers for with sign language and deaf education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We then have number 11 here. Yes, it's you. The microphone, please come this side. And after that input, because my assessment says most of these are additions, they are not questions of clarity, we will then take the questions that are coming virtually, and I would then allow the rapporteurs here to respond or reflect on what they have heard from the plenary. Let's take Yonda.
No, Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me appreciate all the presentations. Commission 1, Mr. Dr. Polia, thank you very much. What I'm missing...
I introduce Ndate Munsu.
Oh, Munsu from the Free State. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Polia. What I'm missing, you underscored a vital point that skills are not infused into assessment. What I'm missing is the how part of infusing those skills in assessment as part of curriculum strengthening. And the fact I want to tail in the comment made by the Western Cape to say, maybe will that be part of your subject committees to ensure that those skills and principles, we've got one of the best curriculum in the world, I can tell you. Those 12 principles, communication, creativity, they are there, but those principles are not assessed. That's my question. Commission 2, I missed the importance of the ECD. They are part of us, your ECD practitioners. Bonani, you have made a wonderful input. I missed that ring fencing of the CPDD, which I support, but now the ECD, the new kids in the block, how do you bring them in terms of providing quality education? Commission number 3, I like how the presenter clearly explained the importance of ICT, penetrating all our life and skills. What I also miss the Retlhabani. Look, the workbook initiative has helped us to make sure that your foundational skills, language and maths are being taught. In what way? Or will you see a similar intervention where a workbook intervention is likely to be replaced by the DBE-led tablet intervention? So that when we speak about ICT for teaching and learning, we are sure that there is no child left behind in this country. The second issue that you underscored very well is the 16,500, which must be paid by our schools to connect.
Okay.
But connecting is not equal to using ICT for teaching and learning. We want to see where ICT is used for teaching and learning. Commission 5, the last question, Chair, don't worry, the last question. There's a statement made by the rapporteur that CAP's key focus is on curriculum and assessment. I quote in verbatim, it is not a reading policy. I really want to signal to commissioners that when you look, unless you explain that to me, Mehadebe, when you look at the CAP's language curriculum, language is constituted by 5 skills. One of the 5 skills is reading and comprehension. It can't be correct to say that CAPS does not include reading, unless I've got an explanation. Again, when you want those young boys and girls to thrive at 5, you are leaving the drivers of reading in the ECD. I heard nothing about that. How the drivers who must ensure that kids are reading are prepared to ensure that the penultimate objective of reading is attained. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ramonsu. I indicated earlier on that we are pressed for time. And I just want to ask the colleagues in the technology there if we do have comments or we do have questions from the virtual platform.
We certainly do, Chair.
Just
we have a couple of comments and inputs that have come in on the virtual platform. We'll take an opportunity as well just to thank everybody that's engaged with us through questions, comments, and polls. We have an input, first an appeal that comes from Juliet Carter, who's from Autism SA. She indicates that the last Inclusive Education Summit was in November 2021. Please do not forget this sector. Will there be an Inclusive Education Summit in 2023? We move on to inputs and comments around Commission 2. Brian Williams has a comment indicating that all or most of the commission's target teacher or practitioner training. Can a comprehensive framework for training be developed? We then move to the Commission 3 on ICT. This is just an input that says that it is important to continue with 0 rating education sites. Moving on to Commission 5, Vanessa Francis has 3 comments, one of which is when considering the restructuring of the timetable, please consider a library period, i.e. 1 period per class per week. She then moves on to say that please let us also work with the Department of Arts and Culture. The National Library is organizing a reading summit for 2023. The final comment says, please also consider the national framework for teaching of African languages in foundation phase as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
thank you for those inputs. Colleagues, we don't have the luxury of time anymore. Our principals need to come in and they are in other business and they need to come and finalize this, so we need to wrap up now. We have very few minutes remaining. I'm going to request the rapporteurs, they don't all have to respond because the majority of the issues put here were comments or additions to what we have presented. But I want to check with all of them if there is anything you want to respond to, noting that we only have about 5 minutes. Okay, let's take, for Commission 2, there is a response.
Chair, just one thing on initial teacher training. Probably we should start by saying we acknowledge the inputs given by all who have given inputs, but we want to talk to the initial teacher education. Like we also indicated, and we were clear to say that in the review of Mr. Tech, we have not finalized issues. And when I said that, I thought it will assist us to understand that the challenges that we have are in that particular strategy. If we finalize that, then we'll be able to do a number of things. Because we're also advised that when we're training educators, we're actually training educators to adjust into a situation. You're not going to wake up and say, now we are training for the 27th Industrial Revolution. You need to train educators for the upcoming skills. So that is one part that is very critical that we thought maybe we should talk to, because the whole issue of teacher development was clarified there. And the last part is on the strategy. We already have the integrated strategic framework that has covered everything. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm just going to quickly run through, I think, the key questions that came up for Commission 5. So the first was on the district development model. So I think what's really key is that this was a key conversation that we had, particularly around the coordination and collaboration piece. One of the presenters, Utepo Manche from Real Reform for ECD, spoke about the importance of working at the local level. So working at the municipal level, working at the metro level, working at the city level, specifically to unlock opportunities for ECD around issues like zoning, land use, etc. And the reason why we felt that the collaboration and coordination piece was important, and I think that goes to the key questions that were raised by two of our colleagues here around what have the conversations around special needs and ensuring that we have an inclusive education system. And I think the common thread that arrived for us was really addressing the equity gap. One of the key things that we spoke about was recognizing that we live in a country with significant inequalities, and our schools are a microcosm representing what's happening in our country. So I think it would have been fantastic to have those voices represented in the room, but I think ultimately what you're saying to us is a call to action to elevate those aspects that we did not elevate in today's presentation. So I just want to acknowledge that that's been heard, and we want to take that forward. And then I think the last thing that I'll maybe speak to is around the middle class narrative and what that means for our work. And I think that's absolutely true, but that does mean that there are things that we can do to shift that. And I think that's a responsibility of everybody in the room. But I see the program directors probably coming to move me off the stage. So let me pause there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We acknowledge all the comments around the ICTs, the issues of e-safety. There are guidelines, as I indicated, that ensure that there's a responsible use of technology and that children are not exposed to dangers that involves trafficking, as you had indicated. The issue of safety, burglaries, and theft of devices, it is something that is also firmly on our plans. The cause and the problem comes from outside of basic education. We are the victim, but working with the relevant government departments, some of the resources that have been stolen have been recovered. The challenges are that since these devices are products of crime, they cannot be handed over back to the school immediately. They have to wait for all the court processes that sometimes takes 4 years to conclude, and by the time the courts conclude, the device is already lived its life. So it cannot be used anymore. So if we can work with the Departments of Justice and what have you to accelerate cases that involve issues of technology, it can assist. We've noted the recommendation around the 1% levy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to take a minute or two. I think the comments made were extremely insightful and helpful, and we've taken note of them and will deal with them through all the subcommittees and forums that we currently have. With regard to the issue regarding alignment, Shirley, I think we've taken note, and as a department, we certainly need to make sure that the different branches work together in terms of the curriculum strengthening process. Harun, capacity, I think what you're asking us is to think a little bit deeply. We will certainly look at capacity in terms of taking this process forward. Langley, thank you for reminding us. You're absolutely correct. We need to make sure that we have a conceptual document that underpins the theory that underlies all of this. And I think it's there, and we just need to put that into a document so that we can engage and clearly understand what drives the change moving forward. Learners with special needs, I think, you know, for me, the 3 streams model is certainly going to be assisting us with this, with supporting our learners that need accommodation. And the fact that you're going to have an occupational stream, a vocational stream, The fact that assessments are going to be more skills-based, the fact that we're going to have a range of assessments, I think that will certainly, and thanks for continuously reminding us that this is an area that we need to deal with. And Monso, your question about assessment of skills, we'll talk about that at TDCM. We certainly have some ideas, but your wisdom will be appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions. Just one from us. In the new dispensation of care and support for teaching and learning, there is a specific focus on thought leadership, developing thought leadership and building capacity of those who are considered to be custodians and gatekeepers, and who could assist as agents in driving the agenda. So we are going to be working with school SGBs, RCLs, school principals, and all other implementing partners that work in the space, particularly in the setting up the systems for implementation of such things as comprehensive sexuality education, and just making sure that we've got all things in place to drive this work. The last thing is on teachers as beneficiaries, as well as the interlinkages with inclusive education and white paper 6. We are working closely with the two branches to ensure that our planning is more coordinated and it is dovetailed. Already there are interactions that are happening where the care and support for teaching and learning people are attending interprovincial meetings that are aimed at coordinating this work. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much to the rapporteurs. Can we give them a very big round of applause? I can tell that we really had a short time for this. We needed more time, but thank you to all the colleagues that have contributed, and my apology to those that I couldn't afford an opportunity to make a contribution. Please write all the comments that are in the virtual, or you can, I had some of you here, or some that were read are actually written by some of us that are here. We can write in the virtual platform, and all of those will be considered as we move forward. Let's give all the commissions a very big round of applause. Thank you so much. Let me allow the rapporteurs to take leave of the stage. Thank you, guys. You did a very good job. You are allowed to take an afternoon nap after not having slept last night, putting all these good presentations together. We have come to the end of this session, and we're moving immediately to the last session, and I want to invite here Dr. Whittle to come take us through the last part of the Lekgotla. Let's encourage him as he comes to the podium.
Thank you very much, HOD. Can we give a round of applause to the HOD as well for chairing the session so well? Colleagues, we are at the final session of the program. I am going to stick to the time and allow us to close at 1. I know that colleagues are traveling, and so we don't want to extend the time beyond 1. And so the colleagues who are going to participate in the last session, I want you to keep that in mind. Can I invite Simone Geyer, DDG, and Zwandile Matthews, the Minister's advisor, to join me? Unfortunately, in the morning we indicated that we were going to try to get either the Minister or the Deputy Minister to come and participate in the closing session, but unfortunately neither of them can. And so we've asked, and they've graciously agreed, that Ms. Geyer will help us with the session that deals with the adoption of the recommendations of the Lekgotla, as well as the action plan. And that will obviously take into account some of the comments that were made in the earlier session. And then we will ask Mr. Matthews, who's the advisor to our minister, to read the minister's closing comments. I shall then do the vote of thanks, and I'm hoping that within the next 20 minutes we can conclude as I've suggested. So Ms. Geyer, let me invite you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I think it is afternoon already. I will just briefly go through what the commissions have recommended in terms of what we need to adopt in this conference. I think that we have heard quite attentively and listened to all of what the various commissions have said. So the task at hand is for us just to formally adopt these recommendations that are coming from these various commissions. The first commission looked at transition from school to work, and the commission recommended, if we're lifting up the key areas, then the commission recommended that the sector must continue to strengthen the curriculum. They further agreed that there is a draft competency framework that should be finalized for approval and adoption, and that a strategic advocacy and early communication plan should be developed and implemented to broaden consultation of all stakeholders that will inform the strengthening of the curriculum efforts. Furthermore, the department and all the relevant stakeholders need to develop a framework that looks at the skills for assessment in the GET band and continue with the piloting of the new assessment skills through the GEC. And lastly, that there needs to be a development of teacher capacity and on the implementation of the SPA, and that it should look at both the formative and summative assessments linked to the assessment for learning approach. The second commission is about teacher preparation, professionalism, and standard setting, and governance and well-being. And this commission recommended that there should be consultations with all the stakeholders, including the National Treasury, the DBE, and the provincial departments, and the ETDP-SETA on teacher development, and that there needs to be a specialist appointed to develop an HR strategy on the implementation of the three streams analysis, or the three streams model. And then the sector needs to fast-track the finalization and functionality of the NICPD, that's the National Institute for Curriculum and Professional Development, as well as finalize the implementation of norms and standards for the provincial teacher development institutes and the district teacher development centers, and that there needs to be a collaboration with DHET to complete the review of Mr. Tech, which would include a focus on inclusive education and the new occupational subjects, but I think it's a wide scope of various other areas that need to be added in the reviewing of Mr. Tech, and that the DBE needs to convene a roundtable to agree and finalize on the framework for implementation and support of the professional learning committees. Furthermore, there needs to be an audit of the CPD interventions that are implemented across all the provinces, and there needs to be an impact study on the CPD interventions across the provinces for better synergy on the implementation of these. Commission 3 speaks to education transformation and the use of ICT, and this commission recommends that there needs to be a prioritization of the training of teachers to ensure that we encourage teachers to consider computer training as a prerequisite subject as part of the retraining of teachers. And then there needs to be priority given in this respect to rural areas. This should be supported by the provisioning of devices and connectivity, as well as engaging and ensuring that the successful implementation includes interactive digital content that is developed and preloaded as part of what gets onto the devices and is shared to support learning. and that we ensure that every learner has access to ICT devices loaded with digital content to support learning for the 21st century. There needs to be a provisioning of sign language interpreters so that when we do online learning, this can facilitate and ensure that there's inclusivity to learners that require such support. And then that there needs to be a dedicated ICT grant that would ensure a greater value of money through procurement in the sector. Commission 4 speaks to care and support and teaching and learning, sorry. And the recommendations here is that there needs to be a revision of CSTL in terms of a conceptual framework that takes into account the emerging trends in the landscape of this particular area, and that there needs to be an establishment of a CSTL UNESCO chair, as well as the development of a leadership course that is recommended in this respect, and to enhance the RCL induction program for peer education and learner formations, as well as look at various other supporting youth leadership programs that equips the youth leadership with appropriate skills and an induction program. And lastly, the strengthening of school safety committees and the improvement of intergovernmental relations with SAPS is recommended. And the last commission, which is about foundations for learning, recommended an integrated cross-sectoral approach with a plan that should be developed to improve early childhood development outcomes. This plan should be cross-cutting across all government departments, as well as involve civil society. The Commission also further recommended that young children should receive quality early learning and development opportunities by having qualified, competent and professional ECD practitioners and educators, and that this should be supported by a properly resourced and coordinated and managed ECD system, well-managed ECD system. And the last area of recommendation here is through further to strengthen early grade reading outcomes by the continued advocacy of reading as an enjoyable experience and to promote reading in the home language, and that there needs to be a change in the initial teacher education that would assist in equipping student teachers to teach reading in the home language, as well as the practitioners and teachers that need to be empowered as key agents of change that would look towards changing and engaging in early numeracy within this area of foundations for learning. Thank you very much. These are all the recommendations then that we are asking that the House, the Lekgotla, needs to formally adopt, and we need to have a formal mover and a seconder in terms of that. And then this will be supported by a detailed report which will cover all the various contributions that have been made in the plenary, as well as highlight the discussions and the points that are discussed in detail in the commissions. So I'm going to hand back to the chairperson, and we need to then get the formal adoption of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaya. These are the recommendations that have come from the commissions, and like we've indicated, there are some additions that we'll make based on some of the comments that we had earlier. So we're then asking that the Lekgotla formally adopts these recommendations and actions. Any objection? I don't see any, so duly adopted. Thank you very much. Can I then invite Mr. Matthews to make the closing comments on behalf of Minister? Mr. Matthews?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to state categorically, clearly, that I'm definitely not the Minister of Basic Education. I'm just sent by her as a reliable servant to read the closing remarks for her. The chairperson has explained where they are held up. I'm not going to delve into that by any means. Somebody who's actually sent by his principal to do what the principal has asked him to do is supposed to do exactly, without embellishments, what the principal has said. But I'm going to break that protocol. There are things that have been done. If I were to reflect deeply on them, they would get you so tired that I may take about 20 hours to finish what is written here. So I will selectively choose the salient points that should be stressed from what Ms. Gare has already done, and the resolutions have already been taken, or the declaration passed by the conference. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Basic Education Lekgotla was organized and coordinated under the theme, Equipping Learners with Knowledge and Skills for a Changing World post the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was also based on 6 cardinal objectives, namely, to unpack the critical elements of strengthening the foundations for learning in the system. Second, to discuss the South African competence framework and updates on the sector curriculum strengthening program. Thirdly, to unpack and assess the implementation of initiatives and programs to equip learners with knowledge and skills for a changing world. Fourth, to discuss mechanisms that enable all teachers to engage in professional learning and to ensure that teachers are equipped with knowledge and skills to deliver the curriculum within the context of a changing world. Fifth, to strengthen the use of technology to support the delivery of curriculum. I'll stress that, support the delivery of curriculum. Sixth, to strengthen the package of care and support for learners through partnerships and collaboration with civil society, the private sector, and other government departments. The first session of the Lekgotla was opened with an invigorating address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. At the outset, the President reminded us about the importance of basic education in any democratic dispensation. The President said, I quote, "Basic education strengthens democracies, fights inequalities and poverty, improves nations' health outcomes, and contributes significantly to faster economic growth," end quote. He went on to say, we believe that through quality basic education, we will be able to place our country back on an economic growth trajectory and achieve a positive social development path that puts the interests of our people first, end quote. Those of you who may be interested in reading the full text of the President's resounding speech may find it in the link that was provided at the beginning of this Lekgotla. We wish to applaud the President for leading by example. Since the inception of the Basic Education Lekgotla, our presidents have consistently honored us with their presence. We can say all of them have succeeded in agitating intellectual debates at our Lekgotla. Once again, many thanks, Mr. President. The President's keynote speech was followed by unbelievably well-structured and educative presentations by a number of scholars. These include, amongst others, the evolution of critical policies and programs for improvement in the South African basic education sector, critical reflection around the kind of education system we are building, which was delivered by Dr. Lubisi, the former DG at the Presidency and the Director of Human Resource Development Council. The second one was the Kenyan journey towards competency-based education by Dr. Kipsang. The third one was building resilient education systems to sustain the development of skills for the continent and beyond, by Mr. Ntsengi Ngiyungwe, the Executive Secretary of ADEA. The next one was a presentation by Dr. Murope, Transforming Curriculum to Transform Education. The next was Enhancing Systems and Strategies to Support the 21st Century Skills in the Classroom by Dr. Schleicher of OECD. The next one was Equipping Learners with Skills for the Changing World with Competency-Based Curriculum in the Context of UNESCO's SDGs by Dr. Chikunda. The next was the role of social protection programs in supporting education outcomes by Dr. Kluver from the University of Oxford. The last but not the least, early childhood lessons from Finland, that was presented by the Ambassador of Education, Ms. Sal. We wish to thank all the speakers for setting the scene for the 2023 Basic Education Lekgotla so successfully and convincingly. Minister then wrote that we will provide a synoptic account of what the commissions deliberated on, the detail of the full text, as Ms. Geyer said, and the recommendations will be collated by the DBE and made available through the DBE website. The first commission focused in particular on how the curriculum and assessment policy need to change in order to prepare learners better for post-school education and the world of work. The Commission began with a presentation by DBE of initial work that has occurred in this regard. At present, nothing is cast in stone, but there's an acceptance that the world is continually changing, and that there needs to be an ongoing discussion in the sector on the relevance of, for instance, the curriculum. The Commission discussed several areas warranting close attention. These include, but not limited to the list I'm going to read, clearer statements on the overall policy positions, including policy around the three-stream curriculum model, and a solid competency framework. Better assessment practices aimed at improving the teaching process, and closer collaboration between experts from basic education, post-school education, and employer organizations. The Commission stressed that the curriculum reforms should be guided by research currently occurring in South Africa and beyond. Commission 2 dealt with teacher preparation, professionalization, and well-being. This commission raised questions, the first one being what progress has been made. There's a full account of what has been said. I'm not going to go through that. The second question, what has worked? And the last was, what have been the gains? Again, I will not go through that detail because that has been presented, ably presented so by the rapporteur for that commission. But that commission gave us strategies that need to be considered for 2023 and 2024, most of which were part and parcel of the report that was tabled at this Lekgotla and was adopted a few minutes ago. I will not go through that one. But what is important for me to stress out of this commission was the commission noted that professional standards will guide the initial teacher training to incorporate 21st century skills as well as skills that are well captured by SACE. I wanted to make the CEO feel good on this one. The key competencies that shape the new professional for future teaching are lifted in the DBE framework for digital learning, and all universities must incorporate these competencies in all initial teacher education programs. These competencies have been incorporated in the minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications. You'll be happy to hear that. The vocational and occupational pathways to improving teacher professional development and job satisfaction will have to be the focal point of all continuing professional development. The third commission dealt with education transformation through the use of ICTs post-COVID-19. Mr. Tlhabane did a good job here. He actually referred directly to the input that was made to construct the minister's closing remarks on this one. I will not bore you with that detail, but the critical point that I would want to highlight was a recommendation that security must be provided to safeguard all resources related to ICTs. We seem not to reflect a bit about that one. Commission 4, care and support for teaching and learning. I don't want to disappoint the DDG here. I must say something about what Commission 4 said. He's acting DG, so I don't want to have a deduction in my salary. This commission heeded the President's call for the institutionalization of care and support for teaching and learning framework in schooling in South Africa. The framework draws the institutional connections into alignment, enabling school-based support teams to offer support to learners who need access to services, thereby linking them to the critical services such as health services, SAPS, nutritional security, as well as sports and recreation or enrichment opportunities. I'll leave it there, DDG. The last one was an area that the Minister is very passionate about, on foundations for learning, getting learners to thrive. Those that were at the launch of the ECD, the handover, will recall there was a report that was tabled there that says, it's entitled Thrive by 5. So some of these things that the Commission actually looked into, reflected into that report and the other things that actually were presented on that day. But this Commission re-established the importance of a smooth continuum between ECD and the foundation phase. Access to ECD needs to be increased, and the quality of ECD programs needs to be strengthened so that all children are adequately prepared for the foundation phase. To further strengthen foundation skills, the foundation phase teachers need to be adequately trained and supported in teaching the very specialized skills of reading in the home language and teaching early numeracy. Furthermore, the Commission recognized the importance that parents play in the development of early learning outcomes, especially pre-literacy and pre-numeracy skills. In conclusion, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, commissions have tabled their recommendations to plenary, and those recommendations were changed into resolutions, and a declaration was adopted by the Lekgotla. The DBE has the responsibility to collate all those reports, including those resolutions that were included, including inputs that came from the floor, so that that report is as representative of the deliberations and the resolutions that were taken at this conference. That report will be placed in our DBE websites when that report is available. The Minister wishes to thank or express her heartfelt gratitude, first to His Excellency the President, for opening the conference. The President has taken a deliberate choice to be one of us in the sector. You saw yourselves how passionate he tends to be when he speaks about the South African education system or discourse. We have listened to your wise counsel, Mr. President. Ours is now to deliver. We acknowledge all the local and international speakers, those who honored us with their physical presence and those who linked with us virtually. Your presentations were illuminating indeed, and we learned a lot from yourselves. We thank the Director General in absentia, but in the presence of Dr. Whittle, the Superintendents General, and other facilitators for steering the Lekgotla to its successful conclusion. You surely steered the Titanic into safe and quiet waters. We acknowledge the discussants of the different sessions of the Lekgotla, the facilitators, the presenters, the resource persons, and rapporteurs of the different commissions for the good work they all did. We also wish to thank all our guests who honored our invitation. Whether you were here in person or linked virtually, we appreciate the keen interest in the sector's roles and responsibility. We normally say the ruling party was correct and bold to declare education as a societal matter. You continue to demonstrate your commitment to the sector and its work, especially the quality of that work, and for that we wish to thank you. We have not reached the end of the road yet. We never will. Hence, we revere your partnership we have with yourselves. The Minister certainly wants to acknowledge the Deputy Minister for a counsel and support, the MECs for their cooperation within the Council of Education Ministers, the DDGs of the Department of Basic Education, the heads of the provincial departments, the DDGs there, and all senior and middle managers, and everybody who's part and parcel of those institutions, who continue to make an enormous contribution in ensuring that the basic education system delivers on all social justice principles we are committed to. These principles include access, redress, equity, inclusivity, quality, and efficiency. We will never rest until we ensure that all of these principles bring joy and create a meaningful difference in the lives of our communities, especially the future prospects of our children. Those of you who are traveling back home, we wish you God's guidance and protection. Please drive safely and arrive home alive. With that, no, I'm not going to do this one as yet. I nearly closed with the conference. Nearly. Thank you very much, program directors, ladies and gentlemen. I nearly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. So the Director General wanted to thank some colleagues as well. Where the Minister has covered them already, I won't repeat it. So firstly, he wanted to thank everybody who has taken the time to participate in this very productive Lekgotla. Like the Minister, he's acknowledged the role of the President, the international speakers, the members of the Executive Councils, the HODs, many of whom are still present with us here. In addition, the DG wanted to thank and appreciate the role of the leadership of the teacher unions, the SGB associations, professional associations who have joined us. He's thankful for your contribution, what you've contributed to this particular Lekgotla, but also the collaborative nature in which you continue to work with the Department of Basic Education. He wanted us to acknowledge the presence and the participation of development partners, chief executive officers of our entities, including the ETDP-SETA, the Department of Higher Education and many of the higher education institutions who've participated, donor agencies, and all officials from national, provincial, district, and school level who have participated in this conference, either physically here or online. The DG also wanted us to acknowledge and thank in particular the sponsors who have contributed to the success of this particular Lekgotla, in particular via Africa, long-term partner of the DBE, E-Cubed, I think colleagues are still here, and of course the National Education Collaboration Trust. He's humbled by your contribution and look forward to a continued partnership with these various sponsors. He wanted in particular to also thank the minister and singled out the role of the organizing committee of this Lekgotla, as well as the steering committee, and in particular to thank Ms. Lulama Ndabankulu, who is the Chief Director in the Office of the DG. Maybe you can stand, Lulama, so people can see who you are. There you go. Thank you very much. And then the DG concludes by saying that he's looking forward to a productive year in the sector. He thinks that the Lekgotla sets the basis for an action plan that we can all commit to, work together to, and look forward to a very productive year in education. So colleagues, with that, like the Minister, through Mr. Matthews, has indicated, travel back safely. We have come to the end of the Lekgotla, Dr. Paulia, and please, everybody is welcome to join us for lunch. So the Lekgotla of 2023 is now officially closed. Thank you.